All right, super. Thank you very much, Justin. And welcome to day 3 of Monero Village. And let's see, let me all out today with the fanciness of the video setup here, if you can tell. And we hope it works out. So part of this pandemic stuff is that we're all a bunch of individuals trying to put together something that looks sophisticated from a video production standpoint. All right, so here we go to the talk, and I'm going to take these because I'll put them back on for the, and I'll be talking about Monero and try to make the case that is sound money safe mode. So about myself, I am trained as a physicist, so I did experimental particle physics at Harvard. I spent 10 years there, including the undergrad. And from that, I got a sense of always wanting to look at data. So I will be showing a fair amount of empirical data, both financial, economic, and blockchain data. Most of my career was spent in the nonprofit sector. So I was a symphony orchestra musician. That was my job out of grad school. So I ended up doing over 700 concerts professionally as a violinist and then keyboardist. And then concurrently with that, I became a medical school professor doing radiation oncology physics. So about a couple thousand cancer patients fight their against cancer using focused high-dose radiation. After that, I wanted to kind of branch out a bit, so I ended up signing up for the executive MBA program at Yale. And at that point, I got used to the for-profit world, and I made a transition at that point. Joined a hedge fund, managed about $1 billion in assets in equities. I became a research, and as part of that, published a paper on the role of liquidity in the pricing, which won Paper of the Year award from the CFA Institute, which is kind of premier credentialing authority for equity analysts. After that, I to blockchain kind of just as a hobby initially, but then I decided that there were only a few things in life that have been, as fundamental innovations. I was in grad school when the dot-com bubble happened, and that kind of revolutionized life. And when blockchain came around, after initially being rather skeptical about it, I came to the conclusion that a genuine kernel of innovation in the Satoshi white paper. And so I am off on my own as a solo independent consultant. I seek to bridge two very separate worlds that often never talk to each other and kind of have oftentimes nothing but the negative stereotypes about the other side. But I think there's value to be had from both sides to have genuine engagement with the other. So the two sides I'm talking about are shown in the bottom here. There's the Defcon world, so that's non-commercial, open source, cypherpunk, roots, cryptocurrency. That is on the one side. And then on the other side is asset protection, trust and family portfolio management, and estate and tax planning. So yeah, there's a very parallel that is happening. So basically, there are OG guys who I talk to and try to help to put together a plan to use the existing laws to help protect their cryptocurrency assets from a legal standpoint, from legal threats, and also to legally minimize taxes. And from the other side, in the traditional world, there are a lot of people who are very interested in cryptocurrency, but find themselves having a whole lot to learn. And so I try to help them with a Sherpa sort of service as someone who can bridge both of the worlds and speak both of their languages. But nonprofit work these days, I am a community volunteer within the Monero project. So I am volunteering to be speaking here right now. I do not get any compensation from the Monero project. I have never sought to get compensation from the Monero project. In fact, I've wanted to keep my independence because my primary duty is to my consulting clients, to whom I have the duty of looking at this space. And by this space, the space of nonprofit, open source, non-security cryptocurrencies, and look at that space and come to a conclusion to what is going to be best for my clients. And in my current opinion, there are really just two projects worth mentioning in this, and those would be Bitcoin and Monero. So my talk today is called Sound Money Safe Mode, and it's got 4 parts. First, I'm going to show the backdrop that none of us can avoid here in 2020, and that is that of the global pandemic that's happening. and I'll focus on the economic impact of that. Second part is independent scarcity. So given that fiat money is showing signs of strain at the moment, I will go into independent sources of scarcity that would be wise for people to consider at this point in history. Third is fungibility versus surveillance. So it turns out that not all of the independent scarcity sources are the same as in terms of fungibility, and against a larger backdrop of growing mass surveillance, there are societal issues to consider about the fungibility or lack thereof in sources of independent scarcity. And then finally is the section involved. This section has two different levels. So the more superficial level would be that of considering independent sources of scarcity as a component of one's portfolio. So basically an investment sort of framework where I put my hedge fund hat on and get Monero and Bitcoin and gold from that perspective. And then a more deep level of actual, involvement of people into this project. All right, and I wanted to hear that I gave acknowledgement to a few people who I had conscience with in preparing for this talk. So Howard HYU, very frequent Monero code contributor, Dr. Sarang of the Monero Research Lab, and Dr. Francisco Cabañas of the core team. So thank you to them. Okay, so much has been said about the pandemic, but I'll just frame it with a couple of ideas here. So one is that one could look at this whole pandemic as a very clever example of social engineering on the part of a microbe. So it's been social engineered to take advantage of how humans have evolved to have simple heuristics to determine whether we're sick or not. So here's what I'm talking about. So this is how most of us behave pre-pandemic. We'd be sitting around at home, feel like going out, yes or no. If you don't feel like going out, you remain at home. But eventually you do feel like going out. And so because you feel like going out, therefore you must be healthy. That's the dramatic conclusion that you come up with, because if you were not feeling healthy, obviously you would not feel like going out. You would feel like, lying down in bed. So, and now we can look back at this kind of self-diagnosis with a bit of like it was a long ago sort of thing to do, to come to the conclusion that you're healthy if you feel like going out. But that's how it was, and it's how the virus basically social engineered that tendency. So now we're public. Do we see anyone coughing? And kind of is our criteria for making thought assessment as to the wellness or sickness state of people who we interact with. So in the pre-pandemic times, we would notice that saw somebody coughing, and then we would say, oh, gee, that must be a sick person. I'm going to avoid them. But otherwise, just carry on, right? So you might distance from someone who's coughing, but you don't make a big out of it in your mind. You just kind of make a little note, and then maybe stay another two away from them when you're talking to them, but otherwise just carry on. So basically, the COVID-19 virus has, SARS-CoV-2, the virus that's caused the COVID-19 disease and the current pandemic, can be seen as having social engineered or reaction to diagnosing wellness versus sickness. And of course, no person likes to be told that your instincts are way off, and there's something new out there that is screwing up your ability to tell sickness from wellness. So lots of people don't really react very well to that. They take offense to the idea that natural instincts could possibly be wrong. But unfortunately, there's a cost to that, to kind of clinging to this notion that one's former framework was applicable even in the face of new data. All right, on the right side, I'm showing a paper that was published in The Lancet, which is the premier medical journal from the UK. And what they did is that these researchers took a COVID-19 virus and they deliberately put some of it on money, on cash money. And then they measured how long it would take for that virus to dissipate and not be measurable anymore. And you get there's a rather unfortunate situation here, seeing that the 50-hour mark that they're still seeing detectable amounts of virus on money. So days after deliberately putting virus on money, it's still detectable. There's actually 3 or 4 days that are necessary for the virus levels to become undetectable on money. So basically, this puts a damper on the physical media as a store of value. So of course, this has rippled through the economy. Here I'm looking at M1 money supply, is the amount of money that's in circulation in cash, currency, and checking accounts. And I'm looking at all of the fiat currencies of the G20. Here I'm data from 2009, and I choose 2009 because that is the year in which Bitcoin became a reality. So basically in January of 2009, I'm showing that one on the vertical scale here for all of the G20 fiat currencies. And then you can see that every single one of them has inflated since then. And then if you look at 20 here, you can see that there's a hockey stick shape curve in which the money supplies of all the G20 were growing previous to the pandemic, but now that the pandemic has hit, it's really taken off, accelerated. As a med school professor, I can't help but think of doubling times and for tumor growth, because this is the kind of thing that we in oncology think about in terms of exponential growth. It's like, what's doubling time? How long does it take for a cancerous tumor to double in size? And if you apply that same sort of framework here, you can see that pre-pandemic, it took the average G20 currency about maybe 10 years to double, 8 to 10 years. So let's just say it's, years to double. That means in 80 years, there will have been 10 instances of double. In other words, 2 to the 10th, or 1,000-fold increase in the money supply over a year time span, which is an average life expectancy. So this money supply has been growing. It's been growing at a rate that's really unsustainable even before the pandemic. And now that the pandemic has hit, it's gotten even more out of control. Notable on this chart is the United States, because the U.S. has the privilege of being the world's reserve currency, and that is in gray here. And you can see here in 2020 that the slope of the gray line in the pandemic is even steeper than that of other countries. So if we get on the U.S. a little bit more, we see the following situation. I'm looking at historical data from the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank. This data is all from FRED, which is the U.S. Federal Reserve's kind of storehouse of data. And there's a lot going on, so I'll break it down line by line. First, if you look at the blue line, this line here is U6 unemployment. U6 is the broadest measure of unemployment. It counts not only people who are currently actively looking for work, but also counts people who are underemployed, also people part-time employed when they want to be full-time employed. And it also counts people who are so discouraged from looking for work that they give up. So those three categories of people are actually not counted in the less expansive U3 definition of unemployment, which is what you can see in the news. So, but I'm plotting the more kind of accurate and expansive measure of unemployment, which is U6. And that is the left scale here. So you can see it starts at 0, goes to 20%, 40% on the scale. And so through history, and I'm looking at a pretty long term here, 40 years of data starting in 1980. The unemployment rate kind of spiked here in the last financial crisis at about 18%. But now if you look here at the year 20, the unemployment rate has spiked even higher. It peaked at about 23% a couple months ago. Thankfully, it's gone down since then, but this is bigger than the others have been. Also in response to this has been the increase in the money supply. As you know, the supply of US dollars is controlled by a committee of people, the Federal Open Committee, and they get together and they just, do we want to print more money or do we want to not print more money? And so if you can look at this green curve, this is MZM money supply, which stands for money zero maturity. That means currency, checking accounts, also savings accounts and money market accounts, which a lot of people use, kind of liquid store of savings that's denominated in US. It does not include the certificates of deposit, which would be included in the M2 money supply. So anyway, the MZM money supply is it's a broad and also liquid, completely liquid measure of the money supply. So if you look at that throughout history, of course, hard to get a handle on how big that is because it's numbered in the trillions of dollars. So I normalize the MZM money supply by the domestic product of the US. And result here is on the green line, and that is using the right-hand scale here. You can see that this supply has been growing steadily from about 30% in the Reagan era, going to about 70% in the last financial crisis. And now in 2020, it's truly taken off. It's this line here that is now above 100%. So we managed to inflate our money supply from about 75% of GDP to about 100% of GDP in just a few months. Okay, so that's monetary policy, which is money is there existing in the economy. There's a fiscal policy to look at, fiscal policy being the income and expenses of the federal government, which is ostensibly independent from that of the monetary policy. On the bottom here, you're looking at how much money is the U.S. government taking in minus how much money the U.S. government spending on a monthly basis all the way back to 1980. And you can see it's kind of going back and forth, usually slightly below this 0% line, meaning the usual situation is for there to be a slight deficit. You get the deficit got bigger here in the last financial, 2008, 2009. But now, fast forward to the current place, and all of these here have to be renormalized to accommodate just how far it's gone south. Now, this particular line might be temporary because if you're in the U.S., you probably know that usual deadline for submitting taxes, which is April, got postponed this year to July 15 due to the pandemic. And so for this 3-month period between April and July, there was no tax due, neither income tax for the year 2019 nor estimated taxes for Q1 of 2020. So you expect to see, with basically zero income coming in from the IRS's point of view, that the income minus expenses would tank like this. So, you know, I'm actually hoping to see that this line recovers. So hopefully now that July 15 has come and gone, hopefully the IRS has had a bonanza of tax money coming in, and this downward spike here will be temporary because of upward spike, if this is true, of revenue coming in. Now, if you take the time integrated of having a budget deficit, that is, if you have a month deficit, that's basically like you have a credit card bill coming in and you don't pay it off in full. You pay 90% of it and 10% of it you don't, and then that grows interest. So what is the overall balance of your credit card as that grows over time? And that is the time integrated curve of this gray line in the bottom, and that is top line here, federal debt as a, again, normalized function of GDP. You can see again that it's grown quite a bit since 40 years ago, since about 30% of GDP, and then in the financial crisis, it grew to about 100% of GDP. Now we're seeing the number up here. Now this particular metric is delayed because all of these are coming from government bureaucracies, so they're delayed by several months, as it takes much time for these aggregate statistics to get figured out. So this federal debt to GDP black line is you're only seeing Q1 20, which is why you have not seen this particular line spike upwards in terms of the federal debt to GDP. But that's a number to look at. Why is this all of grave concern? There is an interesting by Peter Bernholz. He is an academic in Switzerland called Monetary Regimes and Inflation. And he did a study of 29 historic instances of hyperinflation going all the way back to Roman Empire. And in 25 of 29 historical cases of hyperinflation, the root cause of the hyperinflation was money creation on the part of the government being used to finance government deficits. So look at this curve here. We have money creation, that's the green line spike, and then we have deficits. And that as soon as we see the data lag period, I'm sure we're going to see that spike as well. So this is all rather concerning. And I think given this data, it is prudent to consider the possibility that inflation in the future, price inflation, now not just by asset inflation, will be higher than it has been. And if that's true, then you'll want to be considering looking at alternate sources of scarcity. So here are taxonomy of assets, and they're divided into 6 categories. Physical assets, so you have real estate, art, cash, and precious metal. And I would argue that in the COVID era, all of these physical assets, maybe with the exception of real estate, have taken a bit of a hit in terms of desirability because of all of the issues having to do with, contamination. You have digital centralized assets here. So that includes bank accounts, all the stuff in the chart just been showing, the stock market, the bond market. I would say also crypto exchange accounts. So people think they own crypto, but actually just have on a crypto exchange, don't actually own crypto. They own an IOU from a crypto exchange, and that is a centralized asset because the exchange itself is a centralized entity. Therefore, if the exchange goes down, then the IOU becomes worthless. So I would categorize that as a centralized asset. Now, since 2009, which is the Nakamoto white paper coming out, there's been a new option in terms of assets, and these are digital decentralized assets. Decentralized means not a single committee of people who can arbitrarily increase or decrease the governance asset. And if you look at the non-fungible of asset, that would be Bitcoin, and the fungible type, the dominant leader now is Monero. So part of this talk, I'm not assuming that the viewer is one who has been kind of thinking deeply about cryptocurrency for the last many years. Defcon is a pretty, it's a big tent. Geeks of all varieties in Defcon, including people who have not necessarily been kind of living and breathing, cryptocurrency the last several years. So I want to give some, I guess, high-level points to take away as to why cryptocurrency is not kind of the scammy thing I might have heard of, but there is actually a kernel of genuine innovation in this stuff is worth thinking about and further explore. So I want to contrast two types of digital scarcity. Centralized scarcity, which is what we currently have with fiat currencies, because after all, the US is currently, it's a digital currency. When you go to your bank, they're not, handwriting stuff in some ledger. It's all computerized, obviously, and there's such a thing as online banking, in which your USD in digital form can be limited in a limited way, manipulated within your online account. So the US dollar is currently in digital form, but it's centralized. What that means is access to the database. That by database I mean the keeping track of who owns what. That is protected. That is like moat sort of security model in which you have the precious database in the middle of the moat. You build this protective moat around it to defend that database from bad actors. So there's one authoritative version of that. So this goes all the way up to the Federal Reserve. So when the Reserve comes and makes its decision that it wants to be printing money, that it just issues a command to somebody, and then somebody, click mouse button to increase the US dollar money supply by, $1 million. That must be actually quite a bit of job security in that particular federal employee. The person has to sit there at the computer and click create $1 billion over and over on their computer. But the point is that there's one authoritative version of USD ledger, and it just takes, at the heart of it, just one person to just change it at will. Of course, the code behind this also is closed. So, I mean, why would a bank open source its code that it's running on? That would be ridiculous. Then you're showing, basically the blueprints of the joint to people who would have bad intentions. So there's a closed source software development model in centralized security. If you're familiar with the book, The Cathedral Are, actually it started out as an article and then it got expanded. This is that details the kind of conflicting or contrasting ways of software development. One is the cathedral, that is the top-down command and control sort of Microsoft-style building of software, which is exactly what we're looking at in the kind of bank sort of realm, and also I'd say a realm where you have a highly regulated industry. So you have specialized software companies that kind of learn all of the rope that they have to comply with within that industry, and then they make expensive software that they then sell to players within that industry. So that sort of top-down model works in industries like that, and that's in contrast to the bazaar, which is just a whole bunch of flea market of people working and people coming and going, people selling at will, buying at will. And that is the Linux model of software development, which more in keeping with Bitcoin and Monero. So there are downsides to this centralized security model. Even though it's ubiquitous and everyone uses it, there are downsides to it. So mismanagement. The charts that I showed of really out of control growth in the money supply could be interpreted as signs of mismanagement in fiat currency. There's also insider abuse. In other words, if you are in a position where you have access to the database of who owns what, there are things that can be done to abuse that. So, for example, there was a case in which the Bank of America, it was Wells Fargo, that took the personal data of its own customers to fictitiously create accounts, fake checking and savings accounts in the names of their customers, and then they proceeded to charge fees on those accounts, which was unbeknownst to their actual customers. And then really egregious violation of trust was punished with just basically a slap on the wrist. It was like a day's process. That was the fine from the federal regulators. So insider abuse, you have basically a protected class of middle people. Then is something that is a downside of this. And finally, it's slow to improve. So if you are in a position of middleman in a database that everyone needs access to, then you can impose things like we're only going to do wire transfers through Friday, 9 to 5 during bank hours. Why would you need to improve that? Because they have to go through you to access to the network. So what incentive is there really to try to improve your service levels? So that's why we still have a situation in which for options in fiat banking that are not the simplest level of option, you still need to wait for somebody to show up at the branch office to get your business done. And you contrast this with a situation, for example, shopping, where everyone can, everyone's used to shopping 24/7 on their phone with Amazon. The financial service industry has been lagging in terms of adopting the advantages of the. So then if we move to decentralized security, this is Bitcoin and Monero, then anyone can do peer-to-peer network. So as in contrast to the situation in fiat banking, in Monero, anyone in the world can download the Bitcoin software, Monero software, and join their own computer to the global network of computers that is in track of who sends what to who in this economy using these new forms of currency. So anyone in the world can join this peer-to-peer network. Each node maintains its own virtual ledger. So this is in contrast to there being just one authoritative ledger. In Bitcoin and Monero, there are thousands and thousands of copies of the ledger sent what to who, and these copies of the ledger are distributed worldwide. The code is all open source, so anyone in the world is free to download the source code and look at it, examine it themselves, complete it themselves, run it themselves, and nothing. This is actually a feature. It's not a bug. It's a feature because just like in the Linux software development world, the idea is more eyeballs on the code are going to squash more bugs than just having a closed source version of the code in which only a few people are able to see the code. If you have only a few people seeing the code, then the chances are that a bug could be undetected for a long time. Whereas in this decentralized security model, it's open source, free and open software. The downsides of this new kind of way of measuring scarcity is that it's new. So the Bitcoin white paper came out in 2008. And I guess unfortunately, it's technically complicated. It's hard for people to get their heads around. Like even elite geeks have trouble getting their heads around like these ideas, because it's like not only do you need a high degree of technical competence to kind of grasp the idea of the Nakamoto white paper, you also need a certain amount of plasticity in terms of not immediately rejecting something that is foreign at first. And so those two things combined mean that adoption is slow. I mean, it's just necessarily going to be slow. You have something that's hard to understand and requires like a flexibility in order to accept that it might actually work. Another side is that it's inefficient. So if every computer in this network has its own copy of the ledger, isn't that inefficient? How are you going to figure out what the correct version of the ledger is if people have disagreements about that? So I have a lot of material in this talk, so I'm going to boil down how Bitcoin and Monero work to just one slide, and it's necessarily fast. So if this goes too fast for any of you the viewers, for example, my Defcon Keynote Monero Village last year, we'll go through this in a bit slower detail. There are three things that we want to take an analog of the fiat banking world and then move that to this new world centralized scarcity. Number one, how do you have rights? That is, what do you have for account numbers? So the analog of a bank account number is a solution to an elliptic curve. So an elliptic curve is just an equation. It's a specific equation. It's got x's and y's in it, just like your ninth grade high school algebra class. You have a equation relating x's and y's, and there's only a sub of combinations of points x and y that satisfy that equation. So in an elliptic curve, there's a large number of these solutions, but they're very hard to find by brute force. So in the elliptic curve standard, one is told not only the identity of the equation being used, but also what's called a base point. This base point p sub b, which is the xy coordinate in space, is going to be a solution that you hold will satisfy this elliptic curve. And then furthermore, given this base point, it is possible, if somebody tells you some arbitrary n, it is possible to calculate the nth solution to the elliptic curve. So you have p sub n is x of n, y sub n. And that is something that anyone can calculate with a computer, given that somebody tells you an arbitrary number n, and also that you know the base point p sub b, and also the exact form of the elliptic curve that you're talking about. This is a one-way function, so you cannot calculate the number n if somebody tells you the point p. So this asymmetry, which is crucial to public-private key cryptography, is it's just a fact that it's very easy to go one direction, that is to go from n to p sub n, but it's very hard. It's actually computationally infeasible. You have to brute force guess your solutions if somebody tells you p sub n and you want to try and recover n from that. So a natural application of this fact is to use sub n, which is the derivable number, as the public key, and use n, which is derivable going the other way, as the private key. So getting a new Bitcoin account, getting a new Monero account, what do those both really mean at the heart of it? It means picking a number for yourself. That's literally what it is. You're picking a number, which is, it's a vast range of that you can pick. It needs to be an integer between 1 and basically the 256, roughly, which is a 78 number. It's just an unfathomably large number of combination, it's an unfathomably large space of numbers that you are allowed to choose from when you pick your number. But that's what you're doing. You pick a account, you are picking a particular solution to the elliptic curve. The number which is known only to you, and the xy coordinates which are known to everybody. So, they've thankfully made steps to make it a little less geeky. Instead of sharing xy codes with people, you have what gets converted into a Bitcoin address or a Monero address, which is thankfully less cumbersome to use than, two 77-digit numbers, but it nevertheless is, that's what it is. Okay, then second is, what is the analog decentralized world of check writing? So now we've established that there's such a thing as private property, which constitutes having knowledge of a number. So let's say you have an account, you've picked your number, you have your public and private key pair, and you've gotten some funds in your account. How do you spend it? How do you write a check? And so that is secure signing. So of course the public and private key that I explained above, in addition to being used as your bank account number, it is also used as a secure message signing. So that's one of the clever things of the Nakamoto white paper, that we're used to thinking of public-private keys basically secure message signing came long before cryptocurrency. So it came decades before. So used to thinking of private and public keys as being the base of making secure message signing. What's new is that there's a second interpretation giving the public and private key in a kind of financial sense. It's now ownership of funds. So forgery in this is when somebody else learns your key. If somebody else knows your private key, then they can write a check and sign it convincingly, because that's what you need to write your signature, is knowledge of the private key. So from the system's point of view, the system doesn't know who owns what. It doesn't know who what from a person point of view. It does know who owns what from a knowledge of the private key point of view. So knowledge of the private key in this system is tantamount to and itself money. Finally, once a check gets written, you're going to process it. Somebody's got to process the check. So in the fiat world, you write a check, and then it goes into the banking system. The banking system needs to process the check that you've written. So in the decent world, this is taken care of by a peer-to-peer accounting network. Again, as I said before, anyone in the world is free to do the Bitcoin Core software or the Monero software, run their computer, and then they will be part of this accounting network. The accounting network is run by MOS, which is simply the nomenclature used in this world for a gossipy, majority peer-to-peer accountant. So in the world, there is no boss computer. There is no master copy of the database that says who owns what. You have thousands and thousands of copies scattered around the world of who owns what, and nobody has a boss computer who is to be deferred. Instead of having a boss, they will defer to instead majority rules. So that is what this difficult, and that is what it makes network difficult for somebody to casually hack by introducing their own various computer onto the network that does something like sends all the Bitcoin to their own address. To make that work, in order for this transaction on your nefarious computer, which sends money to your own account, in order for that to be accepted by the overall network, it would have to be a majority computing power on the network that thinks that it is right and proper for the block rewards to be going to a single person's account. And so that's impractical, expensive, infeasible to do. And also, in the game theory of this, if somebody did have that many computers, it would be in their interest, instead of trying to crash the system, crash the price of, say, Bitcoin, it would be in their interest to just join the system and use all of this vast computing power that they've amassed to work with the system, because if you have more than 51% of the hash power, then you could get more than 51% of the rewards. Right. Key to this system is that valid blocks are rare. So a block is a collection of data. That is, it's a compilation of a certain time period of transactions that have happened at work. These transactions get checked for validity on a micro level. That is, each of these transactions checked for like a bounce check. They get checked to make sure that the person who wrote the check actually had enough money to get the funds, right? So those kind of checks happen on a micro level. On a macro level, when 10 minutes worth of transactions, at least in the case of Bitcoin, it's 10 minutes. In Monero, it's 2 minutes. But when a block of transactions is assembled into a block, it's not just copied and then written. There's a block of transactions that needs to have this rare characteristic that data collection of blocks has a hash that is below a div number. So a hash function, as I don't have to explain too much to a Defcon, is a cryptographic hash function. It takes an input of any size, outputs a output of fixed size, a fixed byte length, and this fixed byte length, the secrets in that fixed byte length are extraordinarily sensitive to even bit levels in the input. So it functions basically as a signature of any input. So usually we use hashes in a of double checking that the hash that we have now is equal to the hash that we had at some previous time. So if you are checking the integrity of a file that you download, you will download the file, and then you will check the hash of what you did, and then you will check that hash against a published hash of what people found for the same download. That way, you have some indicator that the file that you downloaded is indeed the same file that other people into upload. And by the way, of course, checking hashes is something that is de rigueur. It needs to be done by anyone who is downloading code from Bitcoin or Monero to run on their own computer. You want to make sure that the client that you download, the hash of that client matches that of what the devs actually made. But in this case of the process of clearing checks, that is the peer-to-peer network that is keeping track of who spent what, care about the actual value of that hash function. So when it comes out, it needs to have a hash function that is a small number. It needs to be, and that's a rather arbitrary thing. It's like there's no intrinsic value to having a low hash number. The transactions inside that block are still as if the block had a high hash number. What is different is a block, any block that has a very low hash number is going to be a rare block. It's going to be very difficult to fake that. And that is the key. It's difficult to fake. It takes trial and error to fake that block. And so that's why a valid block needs to have a hash that is lower difficulty number. And this difficulty number in both Bitcoin and Monero gets dynamically adjusted so that in total, in the entire network, blocks will be generated, new blocks will be generated at on average fixed time. It's not constant time because the process is Poisson distributed. In other words, the probability per unit time new block will get created is constant. And when you have that, you have Poisson distribution of the block time distribution. All right, so the big picture point here is that every Bitcoin and Monero, like I'm talking about the coin, not the network, every unit of Bitcoin and every Monero currently in existence was given initially to a miner as compensation for helping to do the accounting work of the. So this is an important thing. If you're new to the whole blockchains, there is a lot of truth to this claim. That's just a lot of scams, a lot of like a money grabbing in crypto. And having been in grad school at the .com bubble, I can say that there are a lot of similarities to the current situation in blockchain versus the situation there than in the .com. So back then, internet was new, and normies had no idea what email was or website was. Like, it's hard to imagine. I know if younger than a certain age, but that's what the world was like back then. Like, people had no idea what email was, and why somebody bother to send email when you have the perfectly good system where you can just stick a stamp on something and send it. Like, why would you do email? It's hard to understand now, but that was the mentality. And along with that went kind of a gold rush in which kind of information investors went chasing around anything that had any hint of internet in it. So there was a thing called pets.com back in the day, and their business model was to FedEx pound sacks of dog food around to people. Their kernel of innovation here was that they used the internet, they used a website to take their pet food orders. And so that made this sexy new company, and investors actually bought that. Eventually it went bankrupt. It's obvious to us now there was a pretty boneheaded idea. But now you look today at the blockchain space, and the exact same thing is happening. It's like stupid idea plus blockchain equals sexy. That's the situation. So, but one way that you can quickly weed out a lot of these companies is to ask the question, who gets the block reward? You might have this kind of variation of an Nakamoto consensus on your particular little project, but who's getting the money? Who is getting the issuance of the coins? And in pretty much every scammy case, you will find that the unit amount, which in Bitcoin gets democratically distributed to all of the computers that are helping secure the network. And again, that happens in the same way in Monero. In Monero, all of the Monero currently in existence previously given out as a reward to the distributed network of computers, for which everyone has an equal chance of getting a piece of that pie if you just put your computer on the in the vast majority of currencies, that has been subjugated and changed to basically funnel some or all of that money to a group of people. And it goes by various names, but the idea is that this reward, which goes to a decentralized miner in the case of a true cryptocurrency, goes to a select group of people who, of course, you are told have nothing but the best intentions in mind, and they are going to spend money wisely. But history suggests that such promises should be taken with a bit of skepticism. All right, so scarcity and Monero. Nakamoto consensus synthesizes scarcity. This is what would be a Nobel Prize winning insight economics, but unfortunately the Nobel Prize needs to be given to an actual human. And since Satoshi Nakamoto's pseudonym, there's not going to be a Nobel for the Bitcoin. But this idea that scarcity can be manufactured in this decentralized way that does not require somebody at the top being the centralized guru of that source of scarcity, that is a fundamentally new kernel of insight, and it's worth thinking, I think, pretty deeply if you haven't already. So when I say scarcity in Bitcoin and Monero, scarcity is sort of a broad word. So I'm specific. There are three types of scarcity that I'm talking about in these decentralized currencies. Number one is at the account level. So that's property right. How do we know that there's scarcity in terms of who owns what? So that is enforced each user of that cryptocurrency selecting and then subsequently protecting their particular elliptic curve solution. In other words, get private key and public key pair, and then keeping that private key private and their own personal secret. So that is how account level scarcity is used. Aggregate level scarcity, how do we know that the total number of value units in this accounting system is not going to run away with growth like we see in fiat? In other words, how is the macro money supply controlled? Well, that is controlled at the level of the miners on the network. For the emission schedule of future duration of the money is programmed in advance. So, for example, in Bitcoin, every 210,000 blocks, the reward that is given to the miner who successfully comes up with a new block in the Bitcoin blockchain gets cut in half. And so that is known for all of history. Basically, all of the miners in the net know what the emission schedule for new money is going to be in advance. So it's basically programmed in advance to all of these mining computers how much money is there going to be in the entire network. And that is enforced because these network of decentralized computers is majority rules. So anyone new who joins the network is incentivized to go along with the majority rule set, because the blocks that they generate are going to be accepted by their peer network. They're not going to be accepted. So that is why there's disincentive for to attempt to hack the network by putting their own nefarious node on. That nefarious node, yes, it can join the network. Nobody's going to stop it from joining the network. But once it comes up with kind of attractions and blocks that the rest of the network thinks are fraudulent, the rest of the network will reject those blocks coming from the nefarious node. So, and it's in the interest of each individual node owner who's joining the network to play along, to play nice. That's the part of the game theory of the Nakamoto white paper and the brilliant why it works. Finally, third form of scarcity is database modification scarce. So in a SQL database, if you have super user privilege, you can always write anything you want to the database at any time. So this is different in the situation with a decentralized ledger that Nakamoto Consensus puts together. Each page that's written to the database has to have a hash that is lower than a dynamically adjusted difficulty threshold, which means you cannot just have arbitrary write access to this, to the Bitcoin database or the Monero database. You have to put in a lot of computational power just to add one quanta of information, that is the block. To add one block of information to this takes an extraordinary net effort of computing power to do. So it's restricted in that way. And then further, since each block in the chain contains as a check the hash of the block that preceded, so now you have a linked list of blocks, each of which has a pointer contains the hash of the previous block, which means that not only is there scarcity in ability to introduce new data to the database, there's basically permanence of especially the older records in that database, because for somebody to fake the database, you would have to put in an inordinate amount of computing power, more than the the Schloh currently has, to actually do a rollback of the chain. Oh, I'm seeing that there are problems here. Well, at least I'm looking at the YouTube feed. The video looks to be okay. I apologize for any technical issues. We do have a local recording that's in, so at the very least, even if the stream is not working correctly, we have a pristine 1080p resolution copy of this, so it will go later. So proceeding on, so scarcity. What are Monero features of scarcity? Number one is it has a code base that is not a bit fork. So many of the cryptocurrencies simply did a copy paste of Bitcoin, and then they slap different things on there, and they claim that they have a new cryptocurrency. That is not the case. It was built from the ground up as a separate coin code base. The elliptic curve used in Monero is different than Bitcoin. So Monero uses the ED2551 elliptic curve, which is different than Bitcoin. So the fundamental equation governing valid XY coordinates is different. So like the difference is the indents of Monero goes down to the deepest level of cryptographic primitives. In Monero, dual private keys. So in Monero, we have a spend key, which is akin to the private key of Bitcoin. But we also, in Monero, we have what's called the view key, which is basically a graphic subset of the view. And the view key is what can be used if somebody wants to get view access to the ledger shared around the world. So in Monero, everyone in the world can download a copy of the ledger for themselves, in which they can see who sent what to who. But in Monero, this ledger is encrypted default, because the default position in Monero is that unless you were part of the transaction, it's just not your business what the details of the action were. It's basically just how cash works. Like imagine a system of cash that you could, stick your nose to everyone else's business around the world and be privy to the details of who gave cash to who around the world. That's basically the system that Bitcoin has set up. And one thing that Monero has done is to mitigate the solution with its own technical stack. Another difference is the address space. So in Monero, the address space is 10 to the 76 roughly, whereas in Bitcoin it's about 10 to the 60. So this means that in Monero, the birthday problem is less of a concern than it is in Bitcoin. The birthday problem being that if what it to get an account is to pick a number, then make a public-private key pair out of that, then you have the problem that the random number that you pick for your could, by coincidence, be the same random number that's on the other side of the world picks for their own account. And if that situation happens, then you have two people with knowledge of the private and public key pair, and so you don't actually have single ownership of them. There's somebody else somewhere else in the world that also can spend your money. Obviously, that's bad. And the chance of that happening is astronomically low just because of the astronomically high number of addresses there are in both in Monero. But because there are another 16 zeros worth of addresses in Monero, this has got 16 zeros worth of zeros, even more rare and less of a concern in Monero. Next is a difference in the emission, the miner reward schedule. So in Monero, it's continuously decreasing. There are not 4-year halvenings like we have in Bitcoin. So the continuously decreasing emission is, like many things, something that the Monero community has looked at as happening in the granddaddy community, that is the Bitcoin community, and then think ways that things could be done maybe a bit different than are done in the granddaddy, and giving all due respect to Bitcoin. So in Bitcoin, every 4 years, like I mentioned before, the block reward that is given successful computers that add a block to the blockchain is cut in half. Which means if you're a Bitcoin miner, there's a date circled on the calendar in which the mining reward, your mining income, is going to get in half. And so as a result of there is a lot of drama that happens. Like imagine you're doing mining as a business, then basically there's a date that's arbitrary in which your income is going to get cut in half. So that puts in a lot of disruption to the act of mining. And so this is something that we see avoid in the Monero community by having a continuously decreasing miner rewards. There's also a form of unwanted scarcity, which is future miner rewards. The block reward in Monero will never be less than 0 Monero per minute, and we call this the tail emission. Why do we have this? It is to guarantee miner incentives in perpetuity. So in Monero, we do not have to worry about miners in the far future having no incentive to connect their computers, spend money on electricity, devote time of their computing power to help the Monero network, that those people will be disincentivized to join because they're getting offered an insufficient reward in terms of the block reward. Now, this unfortunately gets portrayed as being infinite inflation by people who have not either thought this through, or they might have like a vested interest in portraying it that way. But in Monero, if you think about linear inflation, which is the case in Monero, the block reward flow will never go below 0.3 Monero per minute. In fact, it will be 0.3 Monero per minute starting in a short time, like a year or so. So if you think of that's a linear rate of inflation, every year there's going to be a fixed of Monero that gets added. If you think of what is the impact on the inflation rate is going to be going to 0 asymptotically. So over time, the inflation rate in Monero will get lower and lower and lower, and continuously be going towards 0, but never actually touch 0. And this is in contrast to the situation in Bitcoin, which will have equally 0, identically 0 inflation in about 100 years' time. So the distinction, though, between asymptotically 0 inflation versus identically 0 inflation is really irrelevant from the point of macroeconomics. If you look at any macroeconomic theory of money supply, the given variable is the percentage of monetary growth per year. It's percent per year. It's a percentage rate. He cares that the supply of US dollars is going up by however trillions per year. You have to normalize that by the existing money base. It's the percentage inflation rate that has any impact on any macroeconomic theory. And so the reality of the situation is that far from being quote unquote infinitely inflating, the inflation rate of Monero is asymptotically 0, in contrast to Bitcoin identically 0. And that that distinction is totally from the point of view of macroeconomic theory. From the point of macroeconomic theory, they're both zero. Here is showing what I'm talking about. So this is supply emission. So you're seeing to the left of the present, you are seeing actual data. So for the Bitcoin blockchain, this is the actual number of Bitcoin circulation historically, taken from blockchain.com. And for Monero, what you're seeing is actual data from the Monero blockchain, taken from the CLI client, as very helpful utilities to glean system level data on things on the blockchain within Monero. To the right, you see in faint color the future projection of how much Bitcoin there will be over time, how much Monero there will be over time. So again, this is like a very cool thing about cryptocurrencies, at least the ones that are legitimately set up to not be just a money on the part of people who create them. For legitimate decentralized cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Monero, the emission schedule is defined in advance, and so you can kind of count on that there is of course, nobody can predict the future with uncertainty, like maybe the emission will not match these curves, but on the same time, you have an over 10-year history of matching between what actually happened on the blockchain and what was supposed to happen on the blockchain. That is due to the cooperation of this globally decentralized network to play by the rules. Next, if you look at euro supply inflation, there's a really quite sobering curve to look at here with the dollar. Again, we're looking at the money zero maturity curve. We're seeing that post-pandemic, there's been an over 30%, almost 30% inflation in the supply of US dollars since last. So I'm taking the supply of the money now versus supply of the money a year ago. And you can that it's truly spiked to a kind of scary level since the pandemic. You can contrast this to the legit cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Monero, in which in the past, the inflation rate of both of these currencies has been very high. That is, in order to get these coins out there, you're launching a new money. So we want to get these coins out there, get them into circulation. So, and also incentivize miners to get in, to join this network early, to get in and help out this fledgling new network. So as a result, in the past, inflation rates within cryptocurrency have been very high. Now you see we're coming up on a new era of scarcity here, with Bitcoin and Monero both having year-over-year inflation rates that are on the order of 3%. And end of 2020, or if you look at a year from now, the inflation rates of Bitcoin and Monero will actually be lower than that of. So the World Gold Council keeps track of its estimate of how much gold there is above in the world, and it's been doing this estimate for about 10 years now. We plot this inflation rate, which is the inflation rate of the gold supply that has been mined and refined and turned into bullion. So basically, this is the inflation rate of gold bullion, right? And that ends up being an average of about 1.8% per year. Also, as an interesting aside, take this data from the World Gold Council and ask the question, is gold inflation more consistent with exponential growth or linear growth? And it turns out significantly it's more correlated, like an exponential curve fits the growth of the gold inflation better than another growth curve. So this is truly it's more supported data, the past data, to say that gold is growing also exponentially, just at a slower rate, at about 1% per year. So if you think of gold as sound money, and most people kind of view gold as the first thing they think of when they use the phrase sound money, that draws a line in the sand. So there's basically this 1% per year line in the sand where anything to the left of that is going to be a candidate for money. Anything to the right of that is going to be maybe more suspect in terms of a form of store of value. And you can see that, again, the future of Bitcoin and Monero, that the inflation rate is very soon going to be below that of gold, which would, I would say, qualify both of them candidates for being sound money. All right, there's another unwanted form of scarcity I wanted to, that is that of mining hardware. So in the Bitcoin white paper, there's a phrase, GPU one vote. And what that means is that the idea when a computer joins the mining network is that probability of getting a block reward should be roughly proportional to the resources that they have dedicated towards helping the network. So in other words, you put 10 computers on the network to help, and you should get 10 times the reward of somebody who only put one computer on the Bitcoin network. So this is fine as long as all different types of computing devices are equally efficient at the mining algorithm. Fortunately, the economics of silicon development just linearity. So in Bitcoin, the mining algorithm is simple enough that it is possible to design a custom piece of silicon that does nothing but mine for Bitcoin. The end result is that you have $50 million to invest in a fabrication facility in Shenzhen. Then it's possible for you to take that $50 million investment, develop with PhD electrical engineers a custom piece of silicon that does nothing but mine Bitcoin. A whole bunch of those, you print out a whole bunch of those with your silicon fab, and now you have a specialized army of computers which you can then use to connect to the Bitcoin network and have an advantage over all these others on the network who are using their Intel or AMD CPUs that are not optimized to do the Bitcoin proof of work and therefore are at a disadvantage. These little guys who are running their little CPUs now are spending much more on electricity per hash in Bitcoin than you are with your custom piece of silicon. So this situation has been happening many years now in the Bitcoin network, and we're at a point now, Bitcoin mining is now a Chinese-dominated oligopoly. It's not necessarily a problem that it's China that has mining power. It is a problem that it's centralized. It's all in one region of the world. It's dominated by just a few people, one company that is on top of this oligopoly, and it's actually arguably still an oligopoly. It's moving towards monopoly status. So in the Monero community, we've looked at this and we've tried to avoid this, having this situation in Monero. And what we've done is we've adjusted the proof of work algorithm and evolved it to keep small independent miners viable. So unlike the situation in Bitcoin, where the guy with just a little, gaming PC that they want to, run overnight while sleeping, and they want to put that on the Bitcoin network, well, somebody who does that on Bitcoin, you're wasting your power because your chance of getting a block on Bitcoin with a CPU, it's like you have a better chance of lotto, the Powerball. It'd be a better spend of your money to go buy lottery ticket to increase your power bill by putting your CPU on the Bitcoin network. That is not true in Monero. And the math of the mining might, it goes up and down. It might not be like a net positive for just them to put their computer on the Monero network, but you have of magnitude higher chance of getting a payout by mining on Monero, a little guy with commodity hardware do in Bitcoin. So to make this proof of work has in Monero changed actually 4 times, 2018. And each of these proof of work changes has required a hard forks are something that you never see in Bitcoin. There have been, there's been a decision that hard forks in Bitcoin's core, in Bitcoin Core are not to be tolerated because they want to preserve backwards stability. They want miners who don't bother to update their software to still be part of the network. Okay, well, I mean, that's their decision. It means that something like what we've done in Monero, which is to dynamically play this game with ASIC miners or ASIC manufacturers to reduce their impact on the Monero system, you could play that game if you are tying your hands behind your back and saying you're not going to accept hard forks. So here is data from the Monero blockchain that is I'm talking about. So what I'm showing is since the invention of Monero in 2014, April 2014 is when Monero started, about 5 years after Bitcoin. But since 2014, it's been running for over 6 years now. So Monero has a demonstrated track record of over 6 years of operation. So initially, the proof of work algorithm was Kryptonite, which defined in the Kryptonite white paper. But as you see, in late 2017, there's to be an increase in the network difficulty. And what this means is that all of a sudden, the Monero network was seeing a whole bunch of extra computing power to its mining network. And this was interpreted as being ASICs. ASICs were in other words, people had figured out Monero's proof of work and then designed a custom piece of silicon to do nothing but that, then plug it in. And once they put it into the Monero network, they were receiving the lion's share of mining rewards to the detriment of the little guys out there who were just trying to run Monero on their single little commodity hardware rig. So there was a lot of alarm and just got this in the Monero community. And as a result of this, v0.12 came out of Monero, which introduced Kryptonite v2, which variant it was just a couple numbers in Kryptonite, but it was enough to render the currently existing ASICs operable on the old network. And so you can see when that went live on the network, and again, that required a hard fork, which means it required the cooperation of the Monero community to other nodes to run Kryptonite v2 as the new perk. And that happened. After that happened, you can see the different nodes dived back down. So again, you had small miners with commodity hardware being able to mine. Then a few months later, ASICs came onto the network. So there's a lead time of several months that ASIC makers to introduce a new piece of silicon to fruition. So that happened again. ASICs again spiked the difficulty level of the Monero network. And again, we changed the proof of work to Kryptonite v3. It happened again in 2000, a third time, ASICs on the network. And then we came up with Kryptonite. So now we're changing the proof of work in bigger and bigger increments. So Kryptonite R introduced a random code execution aspect. And for then several months, there was apparently no reaction from the ASIC because they also knew that the Monero community, what it said, when it said we didn't want ASICs on the network and we were going to try to evolve to prevent that. So finally, in v0.15, random X became the proof of random X is now a it does fully random code execution as its proof of work. And ASIC that is most optimized to do random X, as it turns out, is Ryzen Threadripper CPU that you can buy on Amazon. It's not a custom Bitcoin miner that you have to go on AliExpress or have connect in Shenzhen to be able to get in a timely manner. So since then, CPUs have been healthily dominating the network, and all signs are so far that has been working. But this is a testament to the lengths to which you need flexibility in your protocol to deal with these sorts of things. This is network security software, and network security is always changing. And so to have a attitude like we have in the Monero community, that hard forks are going to be necessary from time to time to do new improvements. And unfortunately, the nodes in the mining network that fail to upgrade their computers, well, they're gonna miss the train. I mean, this is a moving train. There's new technology going, and they're gonna miss it. And so that's the decision that's been made in Monero. So far, it's been working. There's another form of unwanted scarcity, and that's access to layer 1. So Bitcoin's 1 megabyte block limit has caused a project. There is a line of code in the Bitcoin code base that Satoshi as a spam prevention measure. So the network was getting jammed in the early days of Bitcoin, so Satoshi wrote that the maximum size of a new block could only be a megabyte. And so the question, should we move this, came up several years ago when interest in the Bitcoin was growing and the transactions were growing and coming up against that 1 megabyte limit. So basically a civil happened within Bitcoin to fight over whether this should be retained or not. And yes, of course, I'm well aware that one of the sides adopted SegWit, which kind of effectively raised the block limit to 1.3 megabytes, although, that extra 300 kilobytes in this big scheme of things, it's not that big. Anyway, you have one side in Bitcoin that wanted to stick with this and another one didn't, and then the one that didn't had a further divorce. So you basically have, a lot of animosity in the larger Bitcoin community when I group all the forks together. It's not really a key because they really don't play well together. And even though they've had a divorce and separate blockchains with separate assets at this point, there's still a lot of hate going on. Still to this day, if you want to join Bitcoin as a person wants to contribute, you have to make your loyalty decision very early on. Are you loyal to Bitcoin Core or Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin SV? You have to make that decision, and once you're in, that's your camp. That's your in Monero there is just one team, and I think that the reason for that is that the goal of the project is more easily it is to be private, digital, fungible cash that takes all of the goodness of Bitcoin, that is the centralized nature. It's not having a committee or a company behind. Being a totally grassroots effort, just like Bitcoin is, but add ability to it. So in Monero, we have an adaptive block weight. It used to be called the adaptive size, but then the algorithm got changed and upgraded, so the adaptive block weight. But the basic idea is that instead of having a hard-coded limit on the size of new blocks, in Monero, limit is going to dynamically expand and contract to kind of organically reach that of the underlying demand for Monero transactions. So there's a disincentive that kicks in if a miner chooses to make a block that's big, but also user fees increase if their blocks are big. So if there's a sudden crash in Monero for transaction space, then there's going to be an increase in the user fees to help make up for the fact that I'm going to be disincentivized and get less of a reward from coin emission. So as you can see, putting the system into practice, you can see that overall the trend in Bitcoin transactions per day has been roughly flat, I would say, for the last, say, 5 years. If you look back to, say, 2016, then you can see that there's been a limit here, an asymptotic limit of trends per day that have been happening in Bitcoin. Look at the recent history of Monero, you can see basically an uptrend line here. It doesn't look like much of a trend line, but you have to, this is an exponential scale that I'm showing here on the vertical axis, which means basically in the last 4 years or so, between now and say 2017, so like a little under 4 years, there's been almost a factor increase in the transactions per day. So it's been growing. It's been organically growing. There's nothing artificially limiting growth in the Monero blockchain like a arbitrarily sized block limit. All right, so moving on then to the difference between transparency and fungibility. Bitcoin is transparent. If you are new to cryptocurrency, you have kind of read all these news articles, which of course picture the details of what's going on all the time in the popular press. You might be under the false impression that Bitcoin is a very secretive currency, that once you're trading in Bitcoin, nobody knows what you're doing. Nothing could be further from the truth. It etched forever for all to see. Every transaction, you have the sender, the receiver, and the amount. Those in plain text in every Bitcoin block, specified in the Bitcoin white paper. It's all there. You can see the transaction is in plain text. Every address is encoded in the blockchain in plain text, which means it's trivial to code up what's called a block explorer. You go to these block explorers and you type in anyone's address. It doesn't have to be your address. It can be anyone in the world's Bitcoin address that you type in, and it'll instantly spit out for you how much money does that account have, who did that send money to or receive money to for its complete history, all the way back to the miner who initially mined that Bitcoin. So it's as if you have a $10 bill, and on the back of that $10 bill, you have a nice list showing everyone in history who owned that $10 bill before you. So it went to a bunch of people, then all the way back to the mint. So what possibly could be the downside consequence to a system? And actually, in Bitcoin, it's even worse than a piece of cash that has that on the back of it, because at least if this list were written on paper on the currency bill, then it would be only you who could see that list at any given time. But as in Bitcoin, everyone in the world has access to that complete history of every Bitcoin for every single Bitcoin in existence. This puts innocent people and businesses at risk. Not only is there the risk that clean innocent people can become victims of crime, because it is possible for anyone in the world to look at their address and see how much money they have, and therefore for nefarious people to assess their credits before they go after them. There's also even more pernicious effect that puts innocent people at jeopardy is that reputation trends in Bitcoin as well as value. So because every coin is traceable back to owner, this invites voyeurism. Like I mentioned, it's possible to up anyone's bank account in Bitcoin at any time, but it also promotes guilt by association. Because if you have knowledge of who sends money to who, and then can somehow figure out who, name faces that correspond to these Bitcoin addresses, and furthermore, you have known quote-unquote bad people in the network who are in Bitcoin, then you can connect the dots, basically. You can come up with a hypothesis that people who have transacted coin with known bad actors are themselves more likely to be bad. So what ends up happening is that really transparent data that is in the blockchain, combined with the ever-growing mass of metadata that links specific coin addresses to the identities of names and people, as it grows, you have what constitutes a social credit score within Bitcoin. So we in the West, we tend to look at this news of social credit score in China and kind of shake our heads at it and say, wow, that's just horrible that they tell this, this data of who your friends are, who you choose to interact with, and then deliver consequences, either good or bad, at behavior. Wow, that's just awful that they do that in China. And then people sign up for Bitcoin accounts in which the exact same thing is happening. So the transparency of the Bitcoin network is being used again to formulate these social credit score networks, and there are companies that specialize in nothing but this. There are chain analysis companies that will assign basically a social credit score to every Bitcoin address that exists. So there's a guilt by association that is introduced at human level. This has nothing to do with the technical level, and so it's a reason why those people in Bitcoin who tend to see things as just technical things and ignore the social human aspect will discount this because, oh, well, they're censorship resistant Bitcoin. Nobody can possibly stop a Bitcoin transaction from happening. Yes, that's true on a technical level, but if you have a situation where certain Bitcoin addresses are basically hot potato, they're like pariahs, they're bad people that aren't supposed to be dealt with, then on a social, there are consequences to certain addresses that are transacting in Bitcoin as opposed to others. So this technical censorship resistance that happen IP on a data sort of level gets destroyed at a human level, at the actual societal level, because the chain is completely transparent. In contrast to this, Monero is fungible. There are three technologies in Monero that combine to promote this indistinguishability. There's ring signatures that protect the sender's identity, stealth addresses that protect the receiver's identity, and ring CT that keeps the amount sent private. Now, original Monero white paper, the CryptoNote white paper, had specifications the first two of these three technologies for rings and stealth addresses, but it did not mention RT. That was a new innovation that happened after Monero went live. And so again, this is another example of the attitude within Monero, which is no compromises. We are going to do what is best to make the best fungible currency possible. That includes doing hard forks, and that includes lots of research, coming up with new stuff, and put the best that we have out there. So ring CT required original cryptographic research on the part of a research lab. We're talking about like postdoc, PhD level cryptography with mathematicians. We have those working with us in Monero. Furthermore, you needed coders, like developers, software developers, who could understand higher level math that was being discussed and then put that implementation in code. And also have kind of wisdom to realize that there might be bugs in this. And so maybe it'd be a good idea to pay independent parties to an external audit of any new code that gets in Monero. That happened with RT, and it's happened on a routine basis for all major innovations that have happened within Monero, including ring CT, and there have been 4 or 5 of the last few years. And then finally, you need a community that has a commitment to actually implementing the stuff that gets out from the research and the different phases. So you have a community of people running Monero on their own computers. They stay with the program. They have their ears to the ground. They know, they're aware that there's such a thing as ring CT coming up, and then they implement it, and they do the hard fork to make it happen. So this, again, is showing some data that's comparing some data between the Bitcoin and Monero blockchains to show how fungible scarcity has been made better in Monero over its history. So here on top, I'm showing the average bytes per transaction. That is, on Bitcoin, it's been pretty constant. Again, there's been this attitude in Bitcoin that be very conservative. They don't want to make many changes to the code because that there's like a whole lot of money being entrusted on their network. Whereas, of course, if you look on a global, like a global scale, you zoom out a little bit, you know that Bitcoin is just like a tiny, like bug-sized in a land of dinosaurs. The existing fiat monetary infrastructure dwarfs Bitcoin. And so, one can question whether the attitude of, we are, trusted with such a huge amount of money, and we have to be super conservative and not introduce anything that could rock the boat. Is that really the right attitude to take for something that is an upstart? Nevertheless, that's been the kind of ethos within Bitcoin, and you can see that the daily average byte per transaction is pretty constant over time, over its history. In contrast with Monero, it's been quite a bit of a story that is encoded in this that shows the size in bytes of an average trend in Monero. In the early days of Monero, there were nominated outputs, and what that means is you can envision there's like a 1 Monero chunk, a 2 Monero chunk, a 3 Monero chunk, and tens, 10, 20, 30, 100, 200, 300, and then going the other way. So 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. There are these discrete units of little globs of Monero that were used as kind of the nugget of the money supply. So if somebody in the early days of Monero to send, say, 123 Monero to somebody, then you would have to come up, ground around in your wallet, in your cryptocurrency wallet, to come up 100 Monero bill, a 20 Monero bill, and a 3 Monero, and put those together and then make a transaction that would send those out to the desired recipient. There were problems with this because one could see in those early days of Monero that a 100 unit got sent, a 20 Monero unit, and a 3 unit Monero. Like the values of those denominators all were seen. So if somebody did a 123 Monero trend, and then 3 days later another trend showed up that also moved 123 Monero, then you could have a pretty educated guess that those two transactions were related somehow. So when RingCT came out and it was researched, it was quickly enabled, even though it was that the transaction size would inflate by order of magnitude. So when RingCT was enabled, you can see here in early 2017, it was enabled and not mandated, and yet you see that the transaction sizes jumped way up. And that is because people in the Monero community actually did begin to use RingCT because it was it was a better technology. Then in 2017, RingCT became mandatory. So you could see that there's this situation for about 2 years, almost 2 years, in which transactions in Monero were almost 3 orders of magnitude larger than in Bitcoin. So you saw a lot of chatter in the crypto Twitter and the crypto press that Monero transactions are gigantic and how could you possibly scale this kind of system? And you still see objections to this day, even though this problem was mitigated to a large extent late 2018 when bulletproofs came around. Bulletproof, a new cryptographic advance that the Monero research lab with. And again, it went through the same process of coding, external audit. And after the audit came back by several independent audits that the code was legit, the research was legit, it went into the Monero network. And you can see the effect of bulletproofs was to reduce the transaction size of RingCT transactions by more than an order of magnitude, while the same cryptographic guarantee that the sum of the inputs was the sum of the outputs. Okay, so at that point, then the transaction size went down, and as you can see in Monero, since the transaction fee is a function of transaction size, the transaction fee also took an order of magnitude reduction in late 2018 when bulletproofs went live on the system. So you can see since fall of 2018, transactions on Monero have been at the 1 penny level instead of the dollars level. And coming up in Monero, there's even more research coming down the pipeline. That's CL, which is a new innovation. It's a new optimization that was noted by Dr. Nother of the Monero Research Lab, in which he noticed that there was a further efficiency gained for negative computational cost and if space being taken up retroactively for even trends that have happened in the past. So what we're going to see when CL sagged in October 2020, and again, CL sags went through the same audit process. There was an external audit process that just completed, actually, which my consulting had the pleasure of contributing to financially. After that audit came back positive, now it is being worked on for inclusion in the Monero hard fork coming up on mid-October of this year. And once that happens, you're going to see daily average bytes per transaction take another step down. It's a more modest step down than bulletproof, but you can see that the direction is that the transaction size between Monero and Bitcoin is shrinking. It's shrinking. That's due to sustained effort on the part of the Monero community to not only recognize innovation, but also support its development, actually implement the innovation when it comes through. All right, there's a Nobel Prize winning paper in the used car market that I talk about because this really hits home why it is that clean people need Monero. People with nothing to hide actually need Monero. And the basis comes from this paper from the 1970s from George Akerlof, and won the Nobel Prize in economics for this insight, on asymmetric information. So here's what his paper talks about. It's a used car market. Now, there are two types of used cars in this paper. There are lemons. Lemons are the bad cars which break down, and nobody wants to own them, like those who are involved in a flood or a hurricane or something like that. Now they're problem cars. On the other hand, peaches are the good used cars which were taken care of by their owners. Now sellers, which type of car they have, they know whether they're selling a lemon and they know if they're selling a peach. You know if your car has been involved in a hurricane. You know that you will have seen your car sitting in 4 feet of water, and now you decide that you want to try and sell your car because it's been in 4 feet of water. So, but before you do that, you make sure that the paint job on your car is extra shiny and clean because you want it to superficially look good. Superficial good looks are also going to be there for the peach seller, but in contrast to the lemon seller, the peach seller has been busy, keeping their car in a garage and doing the oil changes all the time and so on. They've been taking, top care of their car. Now, buyers come to this market and they can't tell apart lemons from peaches, but they know that they're ignorant. They know that there are both bad cars in the market and there are good cars in the market. And there is a probability that as a used car buyer, you are going to end up with a lemon. You'll do everything you can to try to reduce your level of ignorance to, the condition of any given used car. But at the end of the day, you don't know what happened to that car before you owned it. So you can't discount the probability that you're going to get a lemon. So what is a buyer going to do when they are faced with this situation, when they are relatively ignorant with the buyer as to the condition of the goods that they're buying? The buyer is going to make an offer price for the purchase of a car, and that's going to be equal to the lemon price, because after all, the lemon price is the minimum price a car could be worth, so they're going to offer at least that. And then on top of that, they're going to offer a bit more, and the bit more part is going to be contingent on what the buyer perceives as being the probability that the buyer is going to end up with a peach or a lemon. So here, the offer price equals lemon price plus the perceived peach probability or likelihood multiplied by the price difference between a peach and a lemon. So if you think there's a 100% chance that you're going to get a lemon, you're going to offer the lemon price. And if there's a 100% chance that you're going to get a peach, you would offer the lemon price plus the peach price minus the lemon, which ends up being the peach price. And then if you have a probability of getting a peach that's less than 1%, then you adjust your price accordingly. This is just very rational. It's what a rational do when faced with a probability of getting something of inferior quality, and they are ignorant as to which they're going to get, but know that there's a probability that they're going to get either a good one or a bad one. So now let's offer that's coming from the buyer and look at it from the seller's point of view. And again, there are two types of sellers. There are lemon sellers and there are peach sellers. The lemon sellers are going to look at this offer and they're going to say, wow, this sucker here is offering me almost peach price because they think that there's a 90% chance that they're going to get a peach. I'm selling them my lemon. So let me act like I'm going to hum and haw and be very on the fence about this. But on the inside, I'm jumping with joy because I'm about to dump lemon and sell it to this sucker who is offering me almost a peach price for it. So basically, when this offer goes to a lemon seller, they say, okay, offer accepted. That same offer, when heard by the ears of a peach seller, is not quite attractive. So basically, the peach seller has been doing all of the maintenance, all the work to keep their car nice and clean. And here comes this idiot, this greedy buyer who is too stupid to understand that this peach is selling a primo product. Like, it is worth every penny that is being advertised for, which is the peach price. And yet this guy comes to you and, in spite of all of the evidence that you provide, been doing a great job of upkeeping that car, you still get lulled because they're still afraid that they're going to get a lemon. So the tendency is peach sellers to say, no thanks, I am not going to accept your offer. I'm going to keep my used car because it's worth quite a bit to me. I'll just drive till until it stops working. And in fact, that's what you see in real life. You see peach sellers disengage from the used car market. And what happens when the peach sellers disengage from the used market is that now the fraction of lemons being sold goes up. Because the fraction of lemons now is higher than it used to be, the buyers get wind of that, get wise to that fact. And when they adjust their probability of getting a lemon to be higher, now they're going to lower offer price. And so the key insight of the paper is that you have this race to the bottom. You have the situation of a negative feedback loop in which the people buying used cars, because of ignorance, because of their fear of getting burned, they are going to continually lower their offer price as more and more evidence comes in that it's only lemons that they are likely to buy in the market. Meanwhile, as the offer price is going down and down and down, the peach sellers become even more likely to leave the market as buyers are increasingly unwilling to pay a peach price that they know to be a peach. The peach sellers are going to disengage from that market and withdraw from it and they're just not going to participate in that market. So there's this conclusion in the Akerlof paper that what you end up with is a market of used cars is 100% lemons. Let's look at this and apply it to two applications. So first is Defcon safe mode, what we're doing right now. So if you think of used car status, you think of the used car market, and instead of the car market, now we're going to have the market for social interaction, right? So a healthy person is a peach. A healthy person is faced with this decision of want to go to Defcon this year and have a great time because it's this, the geeks taking over Las Vegas for a few days, and that is just super cool because usually it's not geek taking over Las Vegas. And, I want to go and I want to make new friends. I want to people who are into the same stuff I am. I want to learn about new stuff I hadn't known about before. That's a great social marketplace that I, in the past, have been to get into. That's the social marketplace that we're talking about instead of the used car market. And you, as a healthy person, you are a peach seller. You have a healthy body, so that's like a peach, right? What is your chance of returning home from Defcon having bought a lemon? That is, what is your chance of going to Defcon and then come back home having contracted a virus that spread around in a global pandemic? It's a probability that you have to assess. And just like the buyer in the used car market, there's a lot of uncertainty behind that probability assessment. There's a lot of subjectivity. Different people will come to different conclusions on what that probability is, and different people will come to different conclusions on the negative kind of value of the consequence if you do end up with a lemon. Right? But the end result is that in the marketplace of social interaction, just like in the used market, there is now high uncertainty as to what the value is of the social interaction product that you're buying convention. What is the value of that? It could be positive, like it has been in most Defcons, where you come from Defcon with a lot of new friends and a lot of new knowledge, or be highly negative because you come home with the same knowledge and stuff, but with a virus. So then that kind of dampens the value of all the fun, geeky fun you had during Defcon. So in that situation, it is a rational decision for a peacher, in other words, a healthy person, to decide not to interact with the marketplace for social interaction, at least for this year. And thus you have Defcon safe mode. Apply this to transparency coins, or surveillance coins, as I like to call them. So these are coins such as in which the complete history of who owned what is known to everybody. And because of this, there is this unfortunate tendency for people trying to come up with a transaction graph that draws lines from who sent money to everyone else in this situation. And unfortunately, they're going to come up with false positives. So let's say you have a squeaky clean person who is buying a car. Choose another car example. So a squeaky clean person is buying or selling their car to somebody, to a stranger. So they advertise a car on Craigslist. And then they make a deal. A stranger shows up. They have, let's say, for example, Bitcoin. And then so the car and the Bitcoin change hands. And as is usual in a car transaction, as long as whoever is selling the car has clean title to the car, it doesn't matter. You don't have like a deep biographical inquiry on the idea of the seller of the car. You don't have to go check their credit history, or you don't have to hire a private investigator to do a background check on the seller of the car, or investigate whether they got enough as a child and are likely to be a sociopath now. You don't care that. You just know that they have clean title to a car. And so Bitcoin and a clean title to a car now changes. Unbeknownst to the squeaky clean in this transaction, the other person in the transaction, the counterparty, was a bad actor. And so now as a result of this, there's a Bitcoin transaction that has taken place between squeaky clean and bad person. Now the people who are doing blockchain analysis from far away, from somewhere else, somewhere on the other side of the world, they come to the false conclusion then that the squeaky clean person is involved in the same nefarious business that the bad person is. If they make that wrong call, do they bear any bad consequence when the innocent guy gets investigated? All of a sudden, the innocent guy finds their cryptocurrency accounts being closed. Maybe they get a visit from law enforcement asking what happened to this, why did you spend this Bitcoin, or why did you get this Bitcoin from selling? And then you try to explain that it was a car and you had no idea who this other person was. They had clean title to their car. Isn't that all you need to know? Now, that misunderstanding happens. Is this analyst of the blockchain doing blockchain analytics, is that analyst going to be held responsible for the disruption to the innocent person's life. No, they are not going to be held for that. The innocent person has no recourse in a situation like that. And so we have a situation that in transparent chains, clean people are now the peach owners. And they're deciding whether or not they want to interact in an economic system that makes a social link between people who are actually exchanging money for services at arm's length. And so you have a squeaky clean reputation, and you're with the choice, do I want to engage with this situation which could mix up my clean reputation with that of somebody else? Just like the peach seller in the Akerlof paper, your logical conclusion is going to be, no, thank you. I would not like to take this that my good reputation is going to be besmirched due to some analyst somewhere in the world coming up, drawing the dots, connecting the dots in a wrong way. I am not willing to have my life suffer as a result of somebody else's social miscalculation. So that is going to be the reason why squeaky clean people are going to disengage with such a system and go to a system where their reputation will be protected, like in Monero. So Monero is cryptocurrency safe mode. It is what Bitcoin noobs think bot. It is sound money in safe mode. All right, so I have a few minutes. I'm psyched about that because usually I put out any sort of price charts. It's actually part of the ethos of Monero is that people don't talk about money. One of the great things about it is that people discourage talking about it. Same time, we're in a time of history in which it is prudent for people, like in my personal opinion, to consider again the likelihood that fiat currency in the future, the far future, or perhaps even future, could be going through a period of inflation that the magnitude which we are not accustomed to seeing, at least in the Western world. So in that context, what is one thing that one can do to protect oneself if one has assets to save in such a high inflation environment? And that is going to be to look at sources of scarcity that are not related to the fiat system. And again, these are going to be things like gold. And since 2009, a couple of digital alternatives to gold be Bitcoin and Monero. So here I'm showing how have the prices evolved since 2009, which is when the Bitcoin white came out. And I think this is really the only price chart that really anyone, most people, almost everyone should be looking at. I'd zoom in to what happened to the price in the last week or the last month or even the last year, looking at the last 11 years. And I'm looking at a vertical that is logarithmic. So we have 1 penny up to $10,000. So this is like, obviously it's like a life-changing sort of scale. And one is involved in the assets that are changing value at this rate. You see here that the traditional fiat instruments have looked like basically very, they look basically like horizontal lines. And all of the drama that you see from the news about the stock market, going up, having a super fantastic day, it went up 5%, or oh my gosh, the stock crashed yesterday and went 7%, and all these sort of alarm bells are ringing at the stock exchange. These shows like little tiny pixel-sized blips plotted on this scale. All right. Similarly with gold looks pretty throughout the history. But if you look at these new digital assets, so basically as realization sinks in that there is something generally innovative about these assets, you have seen adoption come in at first like a hardcore geek community, but then that kind of to broaden out over time. And so you've seen this growth in the asset values. If you look at monthly returns of these various asset classes since the inception of Monero, then actually, if you might not realize this, you've only been looking at Monero prices for the last, say, year or two. But on average, the average return from Monero on a monthly basis is higher than that of Bitcoin since Monero's inception. So we're talking a geometric average return of 5.2% per month versus 0.04% per month. And again, these dwarf the monthly returns that are coming from more traditional assets like gold, U.S. equities, bonds. Although that higher return in Monero has been at the expense of higher standard deviation. So there's been more noise up and down of Monero relative to that of Bitcoin in the past. One thing that especially institutional investors find to be important is that of asset questions. So when putting a portfolio together of several different asset classes, I want to look at, do the ups and downs of each of these assets, do they go up and down in concert together, or do they partially cancel each other out? And it's desirable to have things that partially each other out, because then on average your portfolio will have a lower average volatility, because part of the components of your portfolio will be canceling each other out when it comes to the short-term ups and downs of it. So here I'm showing a cross-correlation matrix of Monero, Bitcoin, gold, stocks, and US bonds. And you can see that compared to the traditional assets, that is gold, US stocks and US bond correlation, historical monthly correlation, actually these are historical weekly correlations, have been very low, 0.45 for gold, 0.05 for stocks, and 0.02 for US bonds. It has been somewhat correlated to Bitcoin, and I say that is primarily due to it being still early days in crypto. It's like the .com stuff I was talking about. People are still, on average, say, ignorant as to how this stuff actually works, and rather than have a actual understanding of how, say, Bitcoin works, they use, instead of a detailed technical and kind of social, societal understanding of how the system actually works, use their buddy network. They say, oh, this person and that person and this person. They build an echo chamber to try and determine the validity of something, because they are unable or unwilling to take the time for it to sit down and learn all these details of elliptic curves and so on. So as a result, all the currency gets to tend to get lumped together as one kind of big asset, from people unable to distinguish between legitimate projects like Bitcoin and Monero and those that are far less convincing in the decentralized flow of miner rewards that are being given out to the network. So again, the chart that I showed was showing the unit prices. So what is the price of one Bitcoin? What is the price of 1 ounce of gold? And so on. That made it difficult, though, in the terms of trying to figure out whether crypto is currently overvalued or undervalued, because it's arbitrary. Like an ounce is an arbitrary unit for gold. Let's not talk about the price of 1 metric ton of gold, or about the price of a gram of gold. Those are equally valid. I mean, it's just a mass that you have. So it's more, I think, instructive to consider what is the value of all the gold in the world. And let's compare the value of all the gold in the world to the value of all the Bitcoin in the world and all of the Monero in the world. So here's what I'm showing here in this cap ratio chart. This is the ratio of 2 different cryptos, all of it, versus the value of all of the gold. So there are several different times here going to this. So for example, for the Bitcoin curve, I have the number of Bitcoin distance at any given time. So again, as the number of Bitcoin has been growing because it's been doled out to miners as a reward, the number of coins in existence has been changing. The Bitcoin on the open market is changing. The amount of gold that's been dug out of and refined into bullion, that's been changing. The World Gold Council, so I take that data and throw that in. And then the price of gold has been changing over time. So you take those 4 pieces of data and you get one ratio out of it. So this is the ratio of the value of all the world's Bitcoin divided by the value of all the world's gold. And you can see that it's, again, gone through the hard to believe appreciation, silly days. And at the current moment, all of the world's Bitcoin is worth roughly 10% of all the world's gold. If you do the same calculation for Monero, you get a result that all the Monero is worth about 1/100th that of all the gold in 1/100th of 1% of all the gold in the world. It's 1/10,000th of the value of the above ground gold in the world. Actually, this comparison of crypto versus gold is more apt for the case of Monero, because when you take a bar of gold and you flip it over, you do see a detailed list of everyone before you who owned a bar of gold going back to the founder from which it came. Whereas you do see that for Bitcoin. So arguably Monero is a pure digital replica characteristic of gold, and it's more appropriate to look at this valuation ratio for that particular pairing. All right, I think big reason that one common objection I saw about Monero from people who are used to thinking about Bitcoin is that, oh, the infinite emission. So I talked about this before, that the so-called quote-unquote infinite emission in Monero is, number one, it's linear. And number two, it's only infinite if you consider the of Monero in the limit as time goes infinity. In other words, you take this kind of mathematical construction of what happens to a function as x-axis goes to infinity, and you look at what happens to the y-axis eventually. So that's a useful construction if you're to derive differential calculus. But in terms of actual people using actual money, it's irrelevant what the limit of emissions as t goes to infinity. Let me use it as an example. 100 years from today, everyone seeing this talk right now is going to be dead in 100 years. So let's look at the supply of that's in 100 years' time, in the year 2120. And up here is to make the point that if you pick a time point in the future, you can actually calculate the expected inflation not only of Bitcoin but also of Monero. You'll quickly see that this so-called infinite inflation is in fact highly inaccurate. So again, let's look at the year 2120 and let's look at Bitcoin and Monero. Let's pretend that you have an investor who has as their goal, they want to own 1/1,000,000th of one of these assets, but not 1/1,000,000th of the current supply. They want to own 1/1,000,000th of the future supply in the year 2120. So how much gold are they going to have to buy now if they want to own 1/1,000,000th of all the world's gold in the year 2120? So for gold, we can extrapolate the past inflation rate of 1.8% per year. And it turns out that that very reasonable 1% per year, when you extrapolate that out to a century, it ends up being pretty significant. So if you extrapolate that 1.8% a year to a century, you get a fivefold, almost sixfold increase in the expected amount of gold 2120, which means if you want to own 1/1,000,000th of that, you have to buy over a metric ton of gold, which at current prices would be worth over $77 USD. Now let's do this for Bitcoin. So we know what the current supply of Bitcoin is, and okay, hooray, the Bitcoin people, they have this figure that is extremely easy for normies to understand, which is that there's only going to ever be 21 million Bitcoin ever. So the expected supply in a century is going to be about 21 million Bitcoin. How much Bitcoin do you need to buy today if you want to be guaranteed of having 1/1,000,000th of this source of scarcity in the year 2120? Well, you would need to buy 21 Bitcoins, and current value, $244,000. Let's do the same with Monero. So we know the emission of Monero from the blockchain, and also we know from emission, which is again 0.3 Monero per minute linearly. Now, if you just sit down to do elementary school math and translate that per minute emission to a per century emission, you get this maybe surprising result that the number of Monero in existence in a century from now is going to be less than double that of the current supply of Monero. That is, for an inflation rate, it's pretty dang respectable. It's more respectable than gold, and it's actually not that far off from Bitcoin. So for one to use the phrase infinite inflation and say that Monero is on the wrong side of that line is thinking in terms of, it's just not a practical real world calculation. Everyone's going to be dead in 100 years. And so why don't, if you use 100 years from now, the actual inflation that's going to happen in Monero during your life is far from infinite. It's actually a lot closer to the coins than you think. And so again, for Monero, if you have the goal of buying 1/1,000,000th of all the Monero in the world, but the year 2120 supply, that's going to require buying 30.1 Monero or 33.6, and the market value of that is currently $3. So this is another framework for doing how relatively undervalued or overvalued these assets are in the current place. All right, so I'm out of, I don't know if there's going to be time for questions, maybe not, but thank you for being. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Enjoy the rest of Monero Village for the final day that it's happening. If you want more, the Monero Village schedule is at monerovillage.org. For the Monero main site, that's getmonero.org. So important to know, getmonero.org, it's not .com. It's not just, it's getmonero.org. And if you want to get in touch with me, since there's not time for questions now, I think probably on Discord, hang out on Discord, on Defcon Discord, at least for that's my handle there is INTJ440. And otherwise, you can email me at daniel@sweetwater.consulting. And with that, I will hand it back to Justin. All right, so we are showing Justin's feed here, and let's see if my audio is working. All right, well, I'm not getting feedback at this point, but at this point I'm going to conclude my and hand it over to Justin. And thanks again for your attention. Have a great one.
All right. Sorry, I was muted. Okay. Of course, as you typically have in these things. All right. So next talk on the list, you're not the money printer, or why we should separate Coinbase and non-Coinbase rings. So during the talk today, I mean, this talk might not take the full 30 minutes, but one thing I've been really passionate about over the last few years is the idea of treating Coinbase outputs differently than non-Coinbase outputs, because people typically spend them in different ways. So ultimately, I made the joke of you're not the money printer, because I'll cover who actually prints these Coinbase outputs, whoever handles or touches them. And I'm also going to be keeping a note of the live chat, so I will be able to answer questions on YouTube. Hopefully the quality is working well for everyone here, and the stream is going really well. Lots of really good talks today. Thank you, Daniel Kim, for everything you did at the slide before. So first, let's get started about like what, let's first cover, what is an output period, right? So outputs are simply piggy banks. I heard this example from someone else. I can't take credit for considering outputs piggy banks. I previously have called them pots of gold or bills, or many different other things. But I like the idea of you taking an amount of money, you put it in a container, this piggy bank, and then in order to spend this amount, the receiver needs to break open the piggy bank and put it in a new set, a new output, a new piggy bank. They are single use. So unlike the pot example, it definitely stresses the idea of these being single use. You cannot continue to keep, putting these outputs elsewhere. So as a result, an output you can think of just as a container of money. It's a really horrible name, output, honestly, just because, there's many things that, else you should be referring to. Sorry, I'm checking the stream again, making sure it's working just fine. Sorry. Sunday live stream. Okay, perfect. So yeah, output's a bad example because the source of funds could either be going in or out of a transaction. So it definitely is misleading. With Bitcoin, outputs do have connections to addresses, however. You would have a specific source of funds that is tied to a public address, and you would be able to search that on the blockchain. However, for Monero, you need to not think of outputs as tied to addresses. You'll see a specific output on the blockchain. You should think about these having ties to the date they were created, not to the address that they are associated with. Because of course, with Monero, we do not have addresses to concern ourselves with. Sure, you send and receive funds with addresses, but the blockchain, from a perspective of what it shares publicly, does not reveal addresses anywhere. They are never present, so therefore do not think of outputs as addresses. Think of them as containers of funds that are single use. It's important that you understand what an output is before I go through the rest of this presentation. Okay, next, what are ring signatures? Well, ring signatures are an important privacy feature of Monero that obfuscates the source of funds. They're often, inconsiderately referred to as mixing, but it really is very, very different than a Bitcoin mixing process. So the idea is, if you want to spend one of your sources of funds, let's say you go to a store with a $10 bill and a $5 bill, and you want to spend $11, of course you would give the teller both bills, and they would give you $4 back in change. So in this case, what you would do is you take your Monero output, which contains a certain number of Monero, and you would include it in a single ring, and then you would include other possible outputs, which we call decoys in Monero. These are not money that you're actually spending, but funds that you ideally convincingly seem to spend, and you include them all in this one ring. So you would say in the top example there that perhaps the Monero transaction would conceivably spend one of these 11 outputs. Only one is actually spent, but the outside observer does not know which source of funds is actually being spent. However, granted, we're able to verify that someone is actually spending funds that they have the right to. They're not just pretending to spend other people's money, because that would be absurd. So if a transaction is trying to spend two bills, like I described in the $10 and $5 case, there would be two ring signatures, two independent amounts. They're each spending one of these piggy banks, let's say. And for each piggy bank, we grab 10 other piggy banks and we say, hey, that might be a source. That might be where the money's coming from. And an outside observer ideally would not know any better. However, a ton of Monero research and history has shown that in many cases, people are able to learn information more than what we expect based off how these inputs are selected. One of these is whether or not outputs are Coinbase outputs or not, which is an additional point of metadata that you can use to determine whether or not an individual is convincingly spending certain outputs. So what are Coinbase outputs? And of course, just to get it out of the way, I should very clearly state that Coinbase outputs in this example are not in reference to outputs that are associated with Coinbase decentralized exchange. Not at all. Coinbase outputs refer to the idea of money that is from the block reward. So if you are taking coins and if you successfully mine a block, let's say, you have the right to make yourself a Coinbase output that consists of a few things. It consists of the block reward. This is basically money that's coming out of thin air, but it's coming out of thin air according to a very set regulated process that the network agrees on. Dr. Daniel Kim talked about this in the earlier talk, of course. And then, of course, you are able to pull in the transaction fees that people say that you're entitled to include if people mine them. Of course, fees are included as an incentive for people to choose certain transactions over others. And of course, in Monero's case, they help compensate for the decreased block reward if you are putting in a substantial number of transactions. So those are Coinbase outputs. Again, not Coinbase the exchange. Coinbase outputs refer to outputs that are generated with the mining process. If a coin, let's say, used proof of stake or something, it would be through the staking process. But really, you can think of it as coins that are generated, new into the system, or based off whoever the person who is authorized to sign the transaction, in this case, sign the block, sorry, which would be the miner. So you can see on the, I have sets of piggy banks going through here just to try and simplify things. But on the left there, that's the initial source of funds in the piggy bank. Those are generated from the block reward. They are highlighted, that yellow there. And then the funds in all actuality are passed along further, their histories are no longer Coinbase outputs, they're other outputs, non-Coinbase outputs, let's say. Of course, just because Monero is Monero and we obfuscate all this information, you don't necessarily know that there's this nice, lovely straight line going through. In all actuality, it looks super, super messy and really looks like this nonsense where transactions may appear to go a bunch of different ways, of course, but that's not the point of this talk. Instead, we're going to talk about who the actual money printers are. Who has the ability to print money in Monero? Those are the miners. Here is a chart showing who the miners are. You can see that MineXMR and Support XMR are the two dominant pools on the Monero network, but you have a few others. You have ones like XMR Pool, F2 Pool, Nano Pool, small pools, 2 miners. So small pools consist of like everything, like, a substantial number of really small pools that in sum equal 7% of the total network. And then you have that 5% of unknown. So this is something that MineXMR is not able to associate with a specific mining pool. These can be solo miners. These can be private pools. Ultimately, it's just network hash rate that's coming out of an unknown situation from people that might either just not bother sharing information publicly or care about mining privately or who knows what. So these are who the money printers are in Monero. And a lot of them reveal a lot of information for quite a few reasons. We have a Breaking Monero episode about public mining pool data that I strongly recommend you watch. But Support XMR, for example, they show the list of all the blocks that they mine. So if someone appears to spend funds that, appears to spend a Coinbase output that was mined by Support XMR, the only convincing way that output could have actually been spent in that transaction is if it was Support XMR actually spending it. So if your friend, for example, sent you a transaction that spent funds that Support XMR publicly describes as mining, your friend either better run Support XMR or they are not actually sending you that money. That's a fake decoy, and it's known to you to be fake given the information that the public mining pool publishes. So I put it red there because it does reveal a pretty substantial amount of metadata. Most pools will show the blocks that they mine. I only looked up Support XMR, MineXMR, and Nano Pool because they're the largest, but this continues for many pools. MineXMR also shows the blocks mined, so does Nano Pool. And then a few also reveal information about what transactions they make to users. And as I show in other talks, this allows outsiders to pretty reliably form a list of all transactions, really all outputs that the pool has controlled. So as a result, Support XMR does not actually show the specific payouts as far as the transactions are concerned. They don't say, this is the specific transaction we sent. Instead, they say, we sent this much money, which is much better than revealing the exact transactions. It makes things much more difficult, but it still likely, incurs possible limitations related to timing attacks. Where, okay, well, what if it's the only transaction that gets mined around this time period? Well, then it would be, more visible. It still reveals more information, but it's not as bad. Nano Pool, for example, shows all payout details. You can see who the specific miners are. You can see how the payments are specifically made. You can see the exact Monero transactions that go to these users. So they reveal a ton of information. So within, Nano Pool, they are making a lot of information public. MineXMR is only showing payouts to users that are the actual miners. You have to put in your mining address first, and then it will show what payouts were made. This makes it more difficult for someone who's trying to track this sort of information, reveal a lot of information, learn a lot about pool held outputs. So this is really who the money printers are. But of course, you also have this unknown portion here that I talked about, like who these potentially could be. Well, we really do not, to all intents and purposes, know anything about who's mining these funds. But at the maximum, this unknown refers to, again, the maximum amount of solo miners or private miners that might be potentially impacted if we start meddling with Coinbase outputs, because clearly these mining pools don't really care about revealing information publicly because they have done so for ages and continue to do so. So the only people that do care about their privacy from this perspective happen to actually be those that are mining in unknown pools or solo mining, right? So we need to talk about who actually owns these outputs. Who is the one that's actually likely to spend, control, etc. these outputs? Well, Coinbase outputs are only spent by two groups of people. Mining pools, or people that are solo mining or mining on a private pool. And there's only about like 10 total mining pools that like consistently mine blocks. And for solo miners, aren't that many of those either. There's a relatively small number, let's say. Well, there's also the next set. So instead of just funds that come from Coinbase, there's also, okay, what's the from Coinbase outputs, let's say. The next set, once they're spent from Coinbase, who convincingly may actually hold these outputs? Well, it's still the mining pools, because mining pool mines a block, they send a transaction to someone, the Coinbase output, and then they receive change back to the mining pool. So they still will hold on to these blocks. So they are convincing holders of the from Coinbase outputs. But solo miners are still also convincing holders. But really, the extra layer of protection for users comes in the idea that pool miners, not just the pool operators, but the pool miners are likely recipients of these from Coinbase outputs. Because a mining pool, again, will mine a block, and they'll send a payout to someone. They need to send that payment somehow, so they need to spend that Coinbase output. They might give the output that's generated next to specific users. And so therefore, the entropy set of who actually may touch these outputs, even though on chain, it's only one level away from the the Coinbase outputs, in all actuality, holding one of these outputs covers a much wider scope of activity. And so it's much more convincing. If your friend, let's say, sends you a decoy that includes one of these outputs, they perhaps might have just been mining with their laptop on a mining pool and eventually got a tiny fraction of a payout. That's possible. That's certainly much more possible than them sending you an actual Coinbase output. It's completely different. It's much, much more convincing. So it's important to consider who actually touches these outputs. And this is, wraps around to the scope of the talk, or name of the talk again, in saying that, are you a convincing money printer? Are you a convincing person to actually touch these initial Coinbase outputs? For the vast majority of people, the answer is no. Very, very few predictable people are the ones that typically touch these Coinbase outputs. So what can we do? Well, we can handle Coinbase outputs differently. We can optionally decide to say, hey, we would like Coinbase rings to remain separate from non-Coinbase rings. One thing we can also do with consensus changes is say that Coinbase rings must be a certain size and non-Coinbase rings must be a certain size. Of course, for Monero transactions right now, we mandate a ring size of 11 for all transactions, whether they're spending Coinbase outputs or not spending Coinbase outputs. But we could say, well, since there's so much information available public anyway for Coinbase outputs, because mining pools make so much information public, we can instead say, well, let's just say that these can have a smaller ring size. We'll drop them down to 3. We will inform network participants that Coinbase outputs themselves are not reasonably protected because, it's predictable to figure out who actually owns them. So therefore, we can save transaction efficiency, network efficiency for these specific outputs. And those who are actually solo mining or mining on private pools will just be told, well, don't specifically send these funds you generate to someone else. You will at least want one level of separation, so you include a much wider scope of activity there. And then, of course, with the non-Coinbase ring, we can say, oh, well, we can keep this at size 11, let's say. Or maybe we can pop it up to size 12 or 13 just to take advantage of those additional efficiency benefits. So the network overall is still as efficient as it was before to verify, but the users who do care about privacy are actually getting it, and the people who don't care are not having efficiency wasted on them in a way. So yeah, again, in the Coinbase rings, the only ones that actually would construct these are mining pools and solo miners. For the non-Coinbase rings, these would be constructed by everyone, including mining pools and solo miners, of course. So the whole network is constructing these, but we can make separate rules for Coinbase rings, and that might be warranted if network activities suggest that it will actually be impacting certain users' behavior. So Ehrenhofer looked at the actual spend distribution of Coinbase and non-Coinbase outputs in Monero. Now, granted, the only way we were actually able to look at these is by looking at Monero's traceable old history. So Monero from 2014 to 2017 definitely did not have very strong ring signature protections. And so we were able to determine when certain outputs were spent. And then Dr. Ehrenhofer broke them down to whether or not they were Coinbase or non-Coinbase outputs. And as you can see, there's very little difference. So we have the option too to say, oh, well, we can have different time selection periods for whether or not we're selecting decoys for Coinbase or non-Coinbase rings. But the evidence so far shows that there's no need to actually do this. But if there was a need to do that, then the benefit to overall privacy for people would be far greater, because we're able to segregate by this required point of network metadata, whether or not an output is a Coinbase output or not. So just something to think about. That's something we can do, but there's no need to, given current research so far. So I know the point of the talk is why we should, but ultimately one of the big takeaways I want is you don't need to panic as a result of this. Coinbase outputs are increasingly rare as a proportion of total network activity, and ring sizes are pretty large already, and they will most likely get substantially larger in the future. So looking at some transaction data on total number of transactions per block, there are about 2 outputs per transaction. There are at least 2. So actually the average is a little bit more than 2. But to all intents and purposes, let's just consider it 2. Over the past month, year, there's been about 13 Monero transactions per block, which is quite a bit, a lot more than in Monero's early history. So that means 13 transactions times 2 outputs per transaction. We're generating 26 outputs per block just by non-Coinbase related transactions. And then of course we have that one Coinbase output that's being generated per block. So really the total proportion of Coinbase outputs that are being generated is a pretty low 3.7%. So all things being equal, if you are selecting decoys from the blockchain, the likelihood you're going to choose a new Coinbase output is much lower than choosing a non-Coinbase output. In the past, with a smaller transaction amount, this used to be closer to 20% it used to be closer to 20% even a year or so ago. So it really has changed with the additional adoption of Monero activity. That is really what has changed. The discussion here is based off Monero having far more transactions that will make the absolute impact of Coinbase outputs, the proportional impact be small, and the absolute for each transaction be smaller too. So that's pretty exciting to think about. Also, large ring sizes still will minimize. Like pretty much for all things Monero attack related, one solution is always, well, why don't we just bump the ring size? Just increase the ring size. Just keep bumping the ring size, right? So with the current situation, you have 11 ring members, and on average, you're probably going to select 1 or 0 Coinbase outputs per transaction. Again, it used to be more like 1 to 3, but really at the moment, it's 0 or 1 for most transactions. So you can say that, oh, well, if 1 Coinbase output is selected, really, unless you know that they're a miner, a mining pool operator, not even just a miner, the effective ring size is actually 10. It's reduced by 1. Well, if we do not segregate Coinbase rings, well, we still will have a proportional scale where the total proportion of Coinbase outputs are still going to be selected for even larger ring sizes. And so more outputs are going to be compromised, but ultimately at the end of the day, the effective ring size is still going to increase quite substantially, right? Where, the difference between 128 and 116 is far lower, even though it's a proportional same, than the difference between 11 and 10, right? The actual decoy difference is much bigger in practice for smaller numbers than bigger numbers. So, in conclusion, you are not the money printer, right? You are not actually spending Coinbase outputs. There's no convincing way that you would ever control these for any reason. But This only materially matters if Monero has small adoption. If Monero has only a handful of transactions per block, then yes, it does matter. The proportion of Coinbase outputs would be quite significant. However, if you have the tune of dozens of Monero transactions per block on average, then really Coinbase outputs aren't getting in the way that much. They just aren't. So, the most important thing for resolving this problem is making sure that Coinbase outputs are rare, proportional to the total number of transaction amounts. And really, the total number of Coinbase outputs is not changing per day. That's like stagnant. Every 2 minutes on average, a block is going to be mined. That's predictable. So network activity for all other transactions needs to be substantial in order to cover users, right? So really, we should, in my opinion, still separate Coinbase outputs, because in all reality, if you see a transaction still that appears to spend a Coinbase output, the likelihood it actually is spending this is very, very low. Very, very low. It's not super likely. So we should still separate it, but at the end of the day, it's also not the end of the world if we don't. And so that's one of those good problems to have, I guess. And then as ring sizes increase too, you likely will have, or you also will have, an increase in the absolute protections provided by the rings anyway, even if a few of them are going to be selecting from these toxic Coinbase output pools. So ultimately, that's the main takeaway from this whole talk. Okay, so if you want to get more educated on Monero, learn more, get started, join the communities. You can get educated by going to masteringmonero.com. You can read a free book there, buy a print version. You can go to moneromeans.money and watch a movie that Dr. Daniel Kim was the star in. It was actually #1 box office in the United States for 2 days and #2 for the week and weekend back in April. You can download cakewallet.com and get the app there. You can go to getmonero.org and download that wallet. There's also other great wallets like Monero you can download, or you can join the Monero communities. The Monero community workgroup is communityworkgroup.org. It will actually be changing shortly to monerocommunity.org, and the other communities are listed on getmonero.org. My specific information is, contact there at above. I just really was interested in Coinbase outputs and felt that it was necessary to have a talk about them at some point. I know it's kind of niche, but it's important to think about certain points of metadata on the Monero blockchain and then try and connect these points of metadata to user behavior to see if anything is revealing and will potentially degrade Monero privacy. So it's important to think about these things going forward. All right, that's the end of my talk. We have some wonderful other talks coming up, so I'm going to hand it off to the rest of the Monero Village, and hope you enjoy the rest of your time here. Take care.
If you'll permit our acquaintance to ripen, I'll try hard not to be forgotten again.
You may listen to this network with assurance that all sources of news will be properly labeled and will bring you frequent summaries of all.
Test 1, 2, audio test, which probably doesn't work. And streaming and talking for audio testing. Audio testing, audio testing. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10, and 11, and 12, and 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, okay, I guess I am live. I don't know where I'm live. Okay, now I can stop now. Okay, so I'll stop now. So
Yeah.
Hello, thank you to the Monero Village organizers and the Monero community for inviting us to be part of this amazing conference and the opportunity to show you what we are doing at Locha Mesh. We are going to show you a demo of the Locha Mesh, which is a community-driven open source software and hardware project. It started 2 years ago with the idea of making a decentralized censorship-resistant network for payments and communication without internet. For disaster-hit countries and privacy-concerned individuals and groups who would like to keep their privacy and their communications and payments as private as possible. Well, mesh networks has existed for decades now, but we focus our efforts on making one that doesn't rely on seed nodes or bootstrap nodes or servers nor intermediaries at all. Each Locha Mesh node is independent and can keep enough information for it to be able to deliver messages through paths and hops to its destination, messages and data without internet at all. Well, Luis, who is the CTO, will show you a demo of a Monero transaction that is going to take place from a completely off-the-grid computer that is only connected to the Locha Mesh network to a remote Monero node. Luis.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone. I would like to start by thanking all the Monero community, and especially to those who supported us through Monero CCS proposals. As Randy was talking, I'm Luis, the CTO and co-founder of Locha Mesh. And I would like to show you a demo running the Monero graphical user interface and the Monero daemon in the same network, in this case in the Locha Mesh network. As you can see in the picture, here is the environment. On the right side, you can see the server with two network interfaces. One is connected to the internet and the other to Locha Mesh. The Monero daemon is running on this server. The network interface for the Locha Mesh is this one. And on the left side is my laptop, represented as N1, using the launchpad. The launchpad is this red bar, as you can see in the webcam, and this red bar is the network interface for the Locha Mesh using this address. Between them, we have a node whose network address we don't know, but we don't care either because it just helps to find the path between my laptop and the server.
Shut off the other microphone. You have two of them, I think. Or is it is down, right? I don't know if it's...
What?
No, check the other microphone in case it is in the other computer. I don't know if it's working or not.
It's noisy. Noisy. No, it's closer the microphone in the other computer.
Okay, continue. Yeah, sorry. Someone reported that.
Okay. Between the laptop and the Monero, there is a node, so we can start with the terminals. On the right window, I have an open terminal to the server running the Monero server and I have configured the network interface for the Locha Mesh. We can check. Sleep interface is this one, and in the left side I need to check okay is correct. Okay, before execute the Monero GUI or the Monero graphical user interface, we must make sure we have the configuration file ready with the server address. This is the Monero conf file. Okay, this is the address of the Monero server, and this is the port. So we can start the GUI. Need to check the waves. The password. Okay. The wallet is synchronizing. This can take a while. And it's ready. So the next step is, Randy, can you send me some Monero, please?
Sure. So now that you have your wallet synchronized over the Locha Mesh to a remote Monero D, he can now create an address that to get payments without having to have any connection to the internet. He's only connected to the Locha Mesh through the Turpil device. In this case, he's using a Launchpad, which is for development. But you can see one of the revisions of the hardware we are doing there also in the webcam. So he's now going to share with me Monero address to get payment. So what we're exactly copy and share. What we are going to see now is that I myself, who are connected to the internet, I'm going to broadcast a transaction to the receiving address Luis has shared with me. And the Monero daemon, which Luis is running on a server connected to the internet and also to the Locha Mesh, will see the transaction that I'm making on the internet. I'm going to set this to a good number so you can see it. Okay, send. Now my transaction is being sent over the internet. It's done. Enter password. Okay, sent. Now, what is going to happen is that the Monero D running on the daemon that Luis has connected to both the internet and the Locha Mesh, which is a peer-to-peer mesh network, is going to see this transaction on the Monero mempool, and it knows that this transaction belongs to this user who is connected to the Monero D over the Locha Mesh only. So now when the transaction has been broadcasted to the internet and the Monero D running on the server see it, is going to populate this or share this information with the user. Transactions. Yeah, it's sent. Let's see. So, well, you can see there that
Here is Randy.
now is there. There you can see in the background of the user interface that in the terminal, you can see that the interface is communicating with the Monero D over the Locha Mesh only. And now it has received the incoming transaction to its wallet. And this information he has received it over the Locha Mesh. The Locha Mesh is a mesh, peer-to-peer decentralized mesh network that only needs another node in range. So it needs to be in range in order to be able to be part of the same mesh. And when there are going to exist more mesh isolated in cities or distributed in different countries, what we will have is bridges or long range distant radio that will connect one mesh with another over the internet as a bridge or gateway, or also with long range radio. So we're going to connect cities with each others, and we'll have this mesh networks not isolated anymore in each city, but connected, interconnected to make a huge network of devices that are capable of delivering messages, data, and information, like in this case, um, all over the world. So once everything is running inside the mesh, and you won't need to go to the internet anymore, because miners will be inside the Locha Mesh, servers will be running on inside the Locha Mesh, and Monero remote nodes will also be there, wallets, everything will run there. You won't need to use the internet anymore. What is the advantage of this? Is that, as you can see, you can have a developer launchpad that you can build yourself in your house, and you won't need to be identified or KYC by anyone in order to be able to use the Locha Mesh. So we are making a custom hardware, and this is important for us because this custom hardware that you can see there on the revision hardware that we have is the Terpial, and it's made out of pieces and components that you can buy online today. So you could make your do-yourself version of it with off-the-shelf parts too. So if you do this and you do it in your house and you build it yourself, you won't need to identify yourself or share your ID or scan your face with any service provider, ISPs, or government in order to be able to communicate and make use of applications in this Locha Mesh network. So it is important for us to make the hardware, the custom hardware, because that enables us to make, to develop the firmwares from scratch in order to make them open source. So in order to be able to make it public, available for everyone to use, so that you can build your own or buy the ones that we are going to sell, instead of using already existing equipment for radio communications, which currently most of them, or if not all of them, depend on closed source tools for flashing and proprietary firmwares. So the Terpial devices communicate with each other over radio in the ISM unlicensed bands, 915 megahertz and 868 megahertz. The routing protocol that we are building is based on AODV version 2, and we have full IPv6 support. So any application software server, which currently is capable of working with IPv6 address in the IP protocol, can run on the Locha Mesh without any extra work. So Luis is going to show you, for example, SSH access, web servers, Monero block sync. Not only the wallet itself is going to be, it is going to work inside the Locha Mesh. Messaging apps, remote nodes, you will be able to access your computer over the Locha Mesh without having to use the internet. So you won't expose your house IP address. You won't expose your phone IP address, which is connected to your identity. you will be able to use the Locha Mesh to do all this. So now Luis is going to show you how you can run a web server in a computer and access this website from another computer over the Locha Mesh, completely off the grid without having to use the internet at all.
A very basic web server. It's easy. So running, and I need to launch the browser. Well, here is the browser. Here is the address of the server and the port. Okay, that is.
So this is an example of how you can run a web server in a computer, a server, or a Raspberry Pi in your house, and you can access to that service or that computer over SSH, web, HTTP, and you can synchronize your wallet. You can synchronize your full node even over the Locha Mesh in a peer-to-peer decentralized mesh network that is private, and information transmitted, the data transmitted can be encrypted because we are using the unlicensed ISM bands, which allows you to encrypt the information that you are sending. So it's also private. That's why it is so important for us that the Monero community has decided, individual has decided to support us through the CCS support crowdfunding method that they have. And we understand that the Monero community is a privacy-focused community, and we are also too. So we are not only enabling people to use Bitcoin and Monero without internet, we are also letting people continue being in contact with their loved ones during disaster hit countries, for example, or censorship, internet shutdown, blockades, or infrastructure failures. So this is more project, a community-driven project, which is open source. And we invite you all in the community of makers, hackers, and everyone who likes this, the privacy and the freedom of using your money, to join us on our GitHub, which is github.com/btcbeing/locha, and we invite you to join us in La Lucha por la Locha Libre, which is the fight for the freedom money. So in this demo, we wanted to show you what we are working on. As said, you can build the do-it-yourself version of the devices yourself, but we also are going to sell the Turpil devices, which is a battery-based mobile hotspot that is going to give you access over Wi-Fi. It is a hotspot which has a Wi-Fi AP access point that you can access with up to 4 mobile phones, and you can also connect it to a server, like in this example, through a USB cable. So in a range, if you have enough density and there are enough devices around you, you will be able to chat and make payments and sync your full node over the Locha Mesh. What we are also working on is on the radio model itself. So the radio model that is going to be welded in the Turpil devices is going to be available in other formats. So you can use a Raspberry Pi hat, for example, and add it to a Raspberry Pi, so it is going to be able to communicate over the Locha Mesh with others in order to offer services, for example, a web server or a wallet sync or an Electron server or a remote Monero D that others can use, and you will be able to get paid for that. So you will be able to get paid using Monero, using RPC Pay, RPC Pay feature, or Bitcoin, or the Lightning Network, and you're going to get payments for the services you are providing to others inside the Locha Mesh as a way to incentivize you for running these services inside the Locha Mesh. So you will be able to build the devices yourself, you will be able to buy the radio models that we're going to build, or you can buy the more consumer ready for newbies device, which is the Turpil device. And so you can have all your family, relative, and friends have a Turpil device that they can carry around with them in order for them to be able to chat with you or use the services you are providing to them from your house on your Locha Mesh enabled computer. So this is what we want to show you. We wanted to show you, and this is what we've been working on for the past 2 years. And thanks to other communities like the Monero community itself, we've been able to do this mostly on donations and grants that we have received. But we also have a company, which is the hardware company, that we want to make devices in order to sell them for the common users that are not going to build them, but they are going to buy them in order to be a node inside the mesh and be able to provide relay messages for other, and maybe get payments for providing that service too. So if you are interested on supporting us, you can make a donation, or you can join us on GitHub and help us test the devices, the dev kit devices that we expect to have pretty soon. Or you can pre-order the Turpio device that we expect to have ready for delivery, for shipment early 2021. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Luis.
Thank you very much to everyone. Okay.
Thank you. Hope you enjoy the rest of the Defcon. Hope you enjoy all this weekend, which has been very interesting and exciting. And hope to see you again. If you have any question, you can reach out to us at locha.io, LOCHA.io, and you can find us on Twitter and also on GitHub. As said previously, on Twitter we are locha_io. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
el final.
Okay, so we're starting on time. And this is, let's see if I can do this, multiple cameras. So this is the, can you guess, in this hour? This is the badge clinic. You almost can read that. So what will we talk about in this hour? We'll talk about badges. These things here. Yeah, so we'll probably see what we can do with this year's badge, because it's kind of a storage device, so we can use it for backup and some other interesting things. And because it's an office hour, there is no set agenda. So we'll probably jump around a bit from different topics. And I will keep my eyes on the general text and the office text channels in case there are some questions. Okay, so I guess you can see that this year's badge looks a little different than last year's badge. They're about the same size. This year we have no LEDs and no power supply. There's no battery inside this year. In place of that, we have a fine leather finish on the back with a plastic enclosure and a full color front overlay. And I'm just curious if audio is okay. I don't know which channel to type to. There's all these channels. Okay, so I'm not going to make any changes unless somebody tells me. So one of the things you can see in this year's badge, even though it does have a front overlay that usually covers all of the parts with color plastic, this PET. So instead of seeing this, which is a PCB, you see this, which is a front overlay, full color printed. And in order to see these very small chips, which we thought would be interesting for all of the hardware hackers among us, we put in these transparent windows. All right, so let's take a look under the microscope at these transparent windows, because I'm curious as well what this looks like. So this is the raw PCB with a EEPROM integrated circuit on top there, soldered in. And when we take a look at the color overlay, okay, this is going to need focusing and less illumination. Yeah, you can't see too well, can you? I guess because the light needs to be just right. Let's turn the light on again. No, okay, so my experiment didn't work that well, but these are the EEPROMs that are storing our data this year. All right, so take a look at the channels, and it seems that video and audio is okay. So we'll do a quick demonstration on how we can write to these storage locations. All right, so that's with and without the front overlay. And to write to this, the antenna is on the back. So we're going to need to align the antenna from the back with a reader device, which typically is a smartphone. All right, in order to use the radio, to be able to use NFC, you have to turn the phone on, and it has to be at some accessible screen for the users, right? So it can't be turned off. That's the first thing you need to do in order to use the badge over radio. The next thing, you have to ensure that the NFC circuit is turned on. And that's right here. I can turn it off, and you need to have that turned on. All right, so those are the two things that you need. And after that, if you have nothing else happening aside from what do we have? We have Discord and the Chrome browser running on my phone. So something should happen if I have programmed something to this device and I align the antenna of the badge device to the phone. So I'm going to push the middle button there, and it brings up a web browser that's telling me that the data stored on this button, which I pushed, is a URL. And in case you're curious, this is what the URL is on all of the middle buttons. All right, so that's reading data off of the device, off of the badge, this year's electronic badge, without really doing anything at all. This is right out of the box. What does the box look like? It looks like this. I don't know if this is so interesting, but we'll do the unboxing. So you get so actually this is a wrong manual for this box, but you got this excellent manual by Andres. And in some part, I discovered this just on my own. Let's see if we can. In fact, on the printed manual, his name isn't on here. Oh, yes, it is. In fact, there it is. So it's not so anonymous. I'm glad that he put his name on there. I thought he hadn't. So that comes in the box. Obviously, the different parts for a do-it-yourself model, you have to put it yourself together. You have to do it yourself, put it together. So the parts that do come assembled are all of the very difficult things. That's these dome switches, which if you get 3 of them and you lose one, then you don't have enough. If you don't lose all 3, you still have to align them perfectly well over the circuits and then place tape on top without anything moving more than 0.5 millimeter. So it's just kind of messy and uncomfortable. On top of everything else, we knew that we would have to pre-assemble some of the parts anyway, because these EPROMs, which we have already seen under the microscope, they're only 2 by 3 millimeters wide, and they're 1/2 millimeter tall also. So they're very, very small. That's why we're pre-assembling at least some of the parts which come in the do-it-yourself kit. All right, so that's what comes in the box. And after you take that out, you have something like this. You put it together, put the leather on the back and the color overlay on the front, and then you can start programming and doing just the same thing that I showed before. I will do that just once more in case you didn't completely see it. This time, there's nothing on the front, okay? This time I'm going to show the action from the back. I'm going to align it over the antenna. I'm going to push down. Did you hear that? So that's how it sounds. And when I look at the front, well, it opened a web browser, okay? Now I've got a whole bunch of web browsers on here. Yeah, okay, so that's the reading right out of the box, okay? Because we did we programmed some of these identifiers onto these devices. There are three EPROMs, and on each EPROM, you have a variety of different slots, depending on how much data, because they do have different capacities, these 3 EPROMs. The first 2 are 512 bytes, and the last one is 8 kilobytes. So depending on how much is there, you can do quite a lot of things. In fact, let's try using this program called NFC Tools. And I'm going to add several records. I'll try to do this very fast. Let's do Monero Village. Oops, Monero Village. God, I'm not spelling too well today. All right, we've got Monero Village. I'll put another URL on there for a pop quiz later on. Monero devices. We'll put a piece of text. We'll say this is, we'll just say Defcon28 safe mode. Do you like that? Okay, so we have some text. What else should we put on there? Somebody give me an idea. Here, take a look at all of these things. I'll help you choose. Quite a lot of different types of information, isn't it? Each one of these conforms with the NDEF standard, so that's what goes on NFC data storage. And every single one has a MIME type, which it's hiding from you because it's not a comfortable way to store information. It just tells you, okay, an address, and there's a MIME type associated with this. So let's just say Iceland. That's a place, isn't it? I think so. All right, so that's a place. We'll add another one. We'll add a file link. I don't know how, I've never done file link. I don't know how that works. So let's do application. What's an easy one here? Email is really easy. We can do email, info@monerodevices.com. And object, oh, okay, this, it seems that should say subject, shouldn't it? Dumb subject. I don't know why it says object there. And here we'll just type hello world. So we're putting an entire email. The headers and the body, hello email, I guess. So we've got all of these different pieces of data. Do you folks see that? I mean, I could keep going, right? I could, what's more options? So I could keep going and we would have 20, 30, 50 pieces of data here. And we can rearrange them. And what I wanted to show is that there are two URLs. So which one do you think will open a website? I mean, it's going to open a website if I write this to a village badge, and then let's do that now. Let's write. So now it's saying approach NFC tag. Do you see that? This is all quite self-evident, I think. So I'll turn the phone over. I'll align the badge onto the phone's antenna on the back. This time I will use the star button. Shall I do that? All right, so it's saying approach NFC tag, and now I'm going to click on the star. All right, maybe you heard that, and it does say write complete. So what will happen now if I close this application? Do I want to close this? Not really. Let's see what happens if I don't close it. So we're at the home screen, I suppose you call this. And I will, instead of clicking the second button, the moon there, I will click the star. So it does bring up a website, monerovillage.org. Oh, I think I didn't use encryption. I just wrote HTTP, I think. Is that what it's complaining about? No, Monero Village. Rehrar, what's wrong with this? I don't understand the problem. Okay, so here is a URI. Maybe it's because the www is not correct. The point is that the web browser opened. Certificate date is invalid. Okay, so it seems that we have some problem with our website. It doesn't matter too much. What's important is that this badge opened automatically a website that we had programmed in by ourselves onto this device, right? We can try this again, looking back at the list of pieces of data. What happens now if I rearrange this? If this URI replaces the first one, let's do that now, shall we? So I'm going to use the star again, but this is a different badge. So put that on the back there. And I will click. Why isn't it working now? Could it be that another, so this is not working, is it? Let's try this one again. Let's try this one. So this time it worked. Not sure what happened with that other badge. And the test is to see what happens now when I use that one button, and it will bring up a website. Oh yeah, okay. So that's the correct website now that we looked at, that we got before, right? So that's kind of the workflow of programming these and using them for day-to-day data storage, right? MoneroVillage.com. Is that what AJ is saying? I thought it was .org. Have I been typing the wrong thing? All right, so AJ, sorry, I have to do this. This is my screen, and it looks quite good. Oh, but okay, that's German. I'm sorry about that. This, no, you're right. So I've been typing org all these days, and you're saying that I have to type com there? Then do I get a certificate? And it still says it's not secure. All right, so this is not the right time to troubleshoot and debug the website. But we did, however, we did just have a demonstration of how to program and use these badges on a day-to-day basis. So I can show you our application or homepage, I suppose you could call it, for this year's Village badge. How do I do that? I have to go back to this web browser. And because we were spending most of our time on the hardware, the software interface, or the website, in other words, some of the parts are working and others aren't. So this is monerodevices.com. This is with a good certificate. Okay, that's German, but it says the certificate is fine. So we have two different menus here, one at the top that can toggle left to right, and one that goes up to down. And we've got some actions. I mean, this is a standard web application, right? We're not trying to make a whole operating system here. But the typical things like the about page, I guess this is good enough. It has all the information that you might expect. We have the welcome page there, which gives you an idea that you can use the badge on Android or iOS, because those two devices are smartphones with NFC circuits inside, and that NFC Tools is the application that works. There's a few other things that work as well, like the game. I'll just click on game there on the left. It takes a bit to load. So we teamed up, Monero Village teamed up with the Rogues Village and a few others as well. And they programmed a game which works with the badge. I haven't got that far myself, but you can see there's a few people who have made it to the end. And the one thing that I don't like, if you just left click on the play button, so there's a cross-site scripting problem, which it's not a problem. It's how the website is intended to work, but it's called CORS, C-O-R-S. And what you have to do is click on the right, do a right button click, and then, I mean, you can choose any of these things. I'm just saying if I choose this, you won't see it. It's going to a different tab. All right, so what I'm going to do is copy the URL and then put it up here to show you what the game looks like. And this is a Rogues Adventure game. There's a bunch of things to read about it here, but we will just kind of start playing. And although I haven't made it too far, according to our colleagues at the Rogue Village, it's about halfway through that you can use your electronic badge with this game. So I'll just type some random thing here. And so I'm not going to do this too long, but I'd like to give you some idea of how it works. So you can go down the stairs. I think there's something to look at here. Look at fossils. You get the idea, right? So this is kind of fun. Now, how do I go backwards? Oh, I can indeed change the tabs. All right, so that's one of the things that is working. Some other easy to implement things are working, like the gallery. I mean, this is not very valuable, but if you're interested in what the red one looks like, there it is. These are the different colors, and you've got the DIY, the do-it-yourself. That's why there's no plastic enclosures, and you've got the different parts that you put together yourself. This is the wonderful user manual that Andres created for us. It's really nice. And this is kind of our experiment with the packaging, which we failed at last year. And this year we did pretty well, but we went overboard with that. So that's the gallery. We've got a file server where you can download the glossy color user manual, or the, well, it's not glossy electronic. I don't know. Maybe I should take that off. It's not printed on paper when you download it electronically, so there's no gloss or matte finish. Okay, but you can get copies of either one. I'm not sure what happens if I click there, if it even works. You see it does work. So there's Andres' design and all of the illustrations, really wonderful work. So I'll go back and you can tell that the file server is working. We've got status, which is kind of halfway accurate. It just says there, this application is undergoing development, which is true. We've got a top 10 FAQ is how, so I explained already why the playing of the game fails when you click on it, which villages are participating. So none of this is all too exciting. What we actually really want, we start at the beginning here again. What we actually really want is here at the configure. No, I'm sorry, not the configure, but at the onboard. This is where it's going to get exciting, because although it's not fully implemented to actually write the NDEF identifiers and pieces of data over radio, so we want to implement those things here. And the way it will work, so you put your name here, any name at all. You could write, you could change the gender and change the geography. You can write you're some dead person. You could write I am Alfred Nobel. So Alfred Nobel is no longer with us. What I'm just saying is that you can create a pseudonym here, all right? It's a nickname. After you put that in, you check off the things that you're interested in. So I like IoT, I like rogues a lot. And well, that's too many maybe. I want biohacking as well. I won't be able to get them all on there because I'm programming the very small EEPROM. So I need to take some off. You get the idea? So I'm just going to be interested in this one round: rogues, Monero, and biohacking. We'll click on associate me, and this is where it starts to not work. So even if I click on there, it's kind of, these are not my choices. Yeah, you can see that this is still in prototype mode. So these are not my choices. but eventually we'll be able to write data or cancel, and it will start waiting for you to attach a badge or put a badge next to the antenna on the phone. If I want to do a factory reset, I can do that as well. And that's how this association and onboarding functionality will work. Once you have your identifiers on the EPROMs all lined up like you like, you might want red team on the third EPROM, you might want biohacking on the second one, and crypto privacy on Monero you'll want maybe on the first one. Whatever it is, you line these up and you write them to your badge. You can then use the intervillage network, right? And although this looks okay, it actually does look like it works. So it says here under development, please stay tuned. So it's not working yet, okay? In the end, you can connect to the intervillage badge network by clicking on connect. You can do a ping just to test the network connection. If you need to authenticate, because for example, some of the village rooms or channels or topics are protected, maybe they would like to know who walks in through their doors, then you can authenticate. And if you don't need to, then you just skip that opcode or network code. You can turn on the bridge. I think the bridge will be activated by this command, the safe mode, which basically means we're going to do a proxy from the MQTT network, which is what we're connected to here, to the Defcon Discord. I mean, this is kind of not relevant because they're probably going to turn off the Defcon Discord tomorrow, so there won't be much time to use it. But that's there just maybe for another day next year. So we can knock on one of the participating villages' doors. We can knock on Monero's door. And if we don't get a response, we can knock again, and maybe on the third knock, we're automatically allowed to enter. There can be some logic like that. Once we're inside, we can tip using AJ's tip arrow, but 1, 2, 4 units. And once we're inside, we can get information about our room. Maybe we're walking in the biohacking room for the first time, and we didn't realize that there is a device program there, medical device program. We'd like to know more about the room that we walked in. We click on info. We can leave the room just as easily with the leave command and disconnect from the network with disconnect. All right, so that's kind of the rundown of the web application, which is under development. If we look at status, it says that clearly, application under development, okay? Anybody who wants to help develop this, let me see how to. Right, so what we can, so there is a URL to show. I've written it down some other place, but I'll never be able to find it, so I'll just reuse this piece of paper. Everything going okay, AJ? So, if you'd like to help to develop all of this web application logic, which is quite challenging, it's just tedious, lots of troubleshooting, Firebug, and debugging. You can do a fork of the repository because it's all open source. The repository is found here. So this one is certainly calm. I know that because we don't have org. And we have a certificate. Everything's okay here. SCM stands for Source Code Management. And if you do go there, then you can find all of our source code. Shall we take a look? Or are there questions about something else, some other topic? General text, office text. Don't see questions. So what we'll do, we'll take a look at the source code management system. How do I get back to that? Here it is. Okay, so now we will choose, instead of BOB, let's go to SCM, shall we? And the nice thing about SCM is that it takes quite a long time to load because it's a very slow virtual virtual server, VPS, virtual private server. All right, but in any case, we see that that something did come up here. So instead of explaining all of these things and clicking through each one, which is a very slow process, I will just go right to aparatos, which is Esperanto for devices. And then we have a list of the different types of devices. Badges is here. And in the list of badges, we should see a few different things. And there is Monero Rising, Iron Triangle, which is a parent project of this derivative, the Bush of Being. And I think I should rename this, but the Bush of Being is the Intervillage badge. So I just clicked on that. Let's navigate over to where the web application is found. It's under software. So there's a bit of things to read about here. The storyline, hardware, network. It's not up to date, but I think it's good enough explaining a few things. So right here in software, that's because it's obviously not hardware or graphics, enclosure or documents. So if we have a web application, it's going to be listed under software. So I click there. We've got the website. So we may see other things here under software. We may have, you know, Android APK, not the APK itself, but the source code that builds the APK and whatever it's called for the Apple. So I'm going to click on website, and then most people who are familiar with websites, you see the traditional CSS, you know, the HTML5 and the JavaScript CSS arrangement. So we've got documents. This is where Andres's user manuals are located inside the actual sources. And then we've got a few things. I think font awesome is in here as well, a few things like that. So here's the index. I don't think anything else is all that interesting. I'll just click on index to see what that looks like. And we're not going to drill down too deep, but this very last level is just kind of maybe it's interesting for some reason. This is all the source code. Oh my, and it's just not interesting at all. Okay, so we do have some snippets, and you can navigate through this SCM source code management on your own because it is a public site. You can fork, pull, and fetch sources. You can do merge requests, and I certainly hope that you do as well, because we could use the help. I mean, there's few of us doing work on this, so that's why we're kind of behind on things like the web application. So AJ says that all is good. I'm happy about that. We have another 20 minutes or so. What should I do now? So yesterday, what I said I would demonstrate was the impersonation is going to be a bit difficult, but I said I would demonstrate a passive capture. It's not data theft because these are my own devices. So it's like opening the drawers to your shirt drawer. You know, you're not stealing your shirts when you do that in your own house, right? So that's why I can take my own data and everything is just fine. If you do this without your own data, it's just not okay at all. So what I have here is a very nice box of chocolates. I wish the light was a bit better. I'm going to try to adjust the lights a bit. I'm not sure if that helps. I don't know if that helps. So I've got a nice box of chocolate here. And the first thing what I will do is prepare this because I forgot to turn something on. Right, and that's the other camera angle. That's about the size of the box of chocolates. And that's that's the way a box of chocolates sounds, isn't it? I don't know if you heard that. So if I remove this cover, open this up, what do you think is inside? You want to take a guess? No, you don't want to guess? I'll show you. Okay, so that's these chocolates are inside. You know, they're definitely chocolates, right? Okay, so I've eaten almost all of them. I'm sorry, I didn't leave any for you. So what do you think will happen once we put this lid on the chocolate again? And let me just do that. I should have prepared this beforehand. Sorry about that. All right, so we've got the box of chocolates. I'm now going to place, let me just do this a different way. I'm going to place a library card on the box of chocolates. The contrast is very bad because it's blue library card and blue chocolates. I'm sorry about that. I couldn't change the colors quickly. All right, so here's a library card, and just going to drop that on there. Not sure if you heard that. If you didn't, I will put my microphone next to that box of chocolates. So I think you heard it that time. What I just did is capture data off of my library card. All right, so here I'm looking at the data now, because if this wasn't my own data and if it was a credit card instead of a library card, or say a passport, I'm not sure what types of cards and devices have this kind of circuit inside, but this one, as we can see, is a MyFair. So it's a ISO 14443. This is an RFID standard. And we just captured the data, right? It's the good news is that it's encrypted. You can tell that because it's got an ATQA and an SAK. But the serial number is there, and you can certainly see some things, right? So what is this number, ISO 14443? Let's just do one more thing. How shall I do this? I'm going to capture the data off of my Intervillage badge now. And I will demonstrate that it's very difficult to trick your Intervillage badge in the same manner for one reason, because it has passive data theft protection built in. All right, so this is the screen. You can see that it's empty. I'm now going to try to capture the data in the same way, and just dropping it on there, it does nothing. It's impossible to capture the data. All right, I'm going to align the antenna. There is no problem. The device is perfectly well aligned on top of the turned on smartphone, which is capturing right now. It's reading. The reason that it does not successfully capture the data passively in this manner would be known as theft is that I have not pushed on one of the three buttons. And once I do that, as long as the screen is still turned on, once I do that, we should hear it capture. So let me go back here. All right, so I think you heard that. It did capture something as I was pushing down on there. Let's see what it captured. So it got all the data off of my Intervillage badge, that thing. And the good news about that, so it's a different ISO standard. If we want to use the ISO 14443 like the library card was, then I just need to use a different button, right? Because we have 15693 on these two, and the sun is a 14443 standard, which is MyFair. So we can basically copy the data off of this library card onto this badge. All right, it is encrypted, which makes it more difficult, but some library cards are not encrypted. So some of the things to understand about that. It did successfully copy the data or capture it, right? If this is a box of chocolates that's unopened, you would not know that this is happening. And you can do this with a number of daily objects like magazines, newspapers. You can embed a reader into a table itself at a coffee shop. I think you understand the point. So today and tomorrow, yesterday and forever, there are people stealing data and we wouldn't know it. And that's what makes it important to have a sense of, not a sense, to have a technical circuit built in which disconnects the antenna when you're not pushing on this. When a human is not pushing on one of the three buttons, this antenna is not connected to the ICs, the integrated circuits, which are storing the data. And what that means is that it's nearly impossible. It could be possible. It might not be impossible. I just don't want to say that, but it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult to capture data off of these things unless you're pushing on a button. And what I call that is defense of passive data theft. Is that what you call it too? Need money? Are you watching? All right, so we just demonstrated the passive data theft protection. And we demonstrated the writing of information. We demonstrated the passive capture of a library card. We demonstrated the difficulty of copying encrypted information. And we saw a nice chocolate box demonstration. And what else do we have? So there are a variety. What I like to experiment with are these types of transit cards. Are quite often, they either have a copper smart card integrated circuit, or they have an antenna inside. You can't see it then. And here's one, for example, with an antenna inside. How about this? Let's do another test. I will turn on the smartphone again. So we'll get this working again, and we've got this turned on. Remember, it's always very important to have your screen turned on. Otherwise, the NFC circuit, a lot of the radios don't work. All right, so this is an empty screen. There is no data on the screen. We're now going to passively copy data off of a transit card. Shall we do that? All right, so I'll just drop it on there. And if you heard that, it's too late. If I was not the owner, then I would have just lost the information. So what we have here, this is an interesting memory model. It's a MyFair again. So you would see the 14443. Has a serial number, it has memory information. So this is quite interesting. On the Pro model, it dumps the memory. On this one, it doesn't. But in any case, so we just captured the data from a transit card. All right, so that's how that works. What else can we demonstrate? We can take a quick look at what the devices look like from start to finish during the manufacturing. So the manufacturing starts with a etched circuit board like this. Get the light a bit better. The light's not, yeah, the lighting is just not very good. But so I'm not happy about that. And then there's a shadow if I do that. Okay, so this is the PCB or printed circuit board. And if you take a quick look, there are no parts on there. You can see the three different footprints. U1, U2, U3. There's no switches on the switch, SW1, SW2, SW3. So that's how we start. The other side needs to be flush and straight, so we don't have parts on there at all because it needs to be right up against the reader device in some situations. So we begin by populating parts on this side. So I'm going to show a different PCB now. There they are side by side, and the one doesn't have parts and this one does. Okay, so what does that look like? After we populate the PCB with switches, with EEPROMs, with integrated circuits, that's what it looks like then. There we go, focused. So we've got the 3 switches on there. We've got a piece of Kapton tape on top to keep them in place. And then we've got our EEPROMs, 2 of which are holding data in NDEF type 4. I'm sorry, NDEF type 5. And the last one, which is this one, the U3, is holding data in the format of NDEF type 4. That's the MyFair one. All right, now the other side is just the same because, like I said before, in some cases we need this antenna to be right up against the reading device, and for this reason we can't put parts there. And the next step in the procedure to populate or to create these devices and assemble them is to place an overlay on the front and a piece of leather on the back for protection. All right, so what does that look like? The overlays look like this. So that's what it's like when, I'll just use one here. So that's what it looks like when we have placed the overlay, which has an adhesive back on it, peeled the adhesive back on and put the overlays on. And you can see that through the overlay, there are windows, transparent windows that show you the parts underneath the small chips. The other side of the badge, because we're going to be, so this is hard to see because it's black, but in this case it's red. This is where we differentiate the colors in the villages. Monero obviously has an orange one. And the reason that leather is on there, so that when you put this against the phone, that it's not scratching your lens. Okay, so there is a functional purpose for this leather. Most people think that it's decorational. I mean, it does feel good, but it's actually there to protect the lens of your reading device, which is usually a smartphone. All right, so that's the front and the back. And once we do that, all we need to do to finish the device is to put it inside a enclosure frame. The reason this has 2 stripes is that they come out of the printer like this. It needs supports in between those 2 protruding pieces of the model. And that's why we put some supports in between. And one problem that we found is that every 10th badge that we assemble, we break the frame on it. So that's one reason we're not enclosing frames with the do-it-yourself models, because it would just be too much of a, we would need to supply 2, 3, 4 frames for each badge to ensure that the person didn't break it. All right, so that frame goes on the edge of the badge, as you can imagine, and it covers part of the leather to keep that on, and the edge is no longer, well, this doesn't look good when you don't have that plastic on. You can see the different layers. So that's kind of a decorational thing. I do suppose that if you drop the badge, that the plastic frame does help a bit there as well. So you could call it a protectional feature. All right, so that's, I just realized that I forgot to record this. I'm supposed to record. Okay, now it's too late. We're 5 minutes or 10 minutes away from the end. Okay, I forgot, sorry. Right, so this is what happens when you fully create the badge. And we have some black ones, which are called, the model number is called Black Matter, Monero Orange. We've got some attack red on the back and on the front. We've got defense blue. And the defense blue is quite nice, it's very translucent. You can see right through the plastic in some areas. This is what's so nice about SLA stereolithography. It's much more difficult to get a FDM or fused deposition modeling process translucent. Anyway, so these are all the colors. I think there's a green one as well. And then we have some unique village colors. Let me show a couple of those. Like this one belongs to the Rogues Village. Colors do not, I don't know if maybe I can, I think it's a lighting problem. In any case, this is blue. You can't tell that it's blue. With a white frame. And they chose this because these are the colors of the Rogues Village. They chose the symbols as well. We got a lot of help from the Rogues Village. Really appreciate that. Thanks, folks, at the Rogues Village. This is the biohacking color scheme that they chose and reserved for their village, because in biohacking they have black and green. And so, as you can imagine, the front is the same on all of these. Translucent green frame. You can really see through that, can't you? And the back is black. So I don't need to go through all of these because there are 5 or 6 different ones. But that's kind of how they look. And so with 5 minutes left, I would just invite questions. And if there are no questions, then we can either finish early, or I can maybe look for some more. Oh, I know what I forgot. I wrote this in the description for this presentation. What I forgot is to show other badge types. So here is a prototype. This is kind of how we were developing before we got far enough to release the design. So we have some wires soldered on there, and extra button up here, which is a different tactile strength. Here, these are 260 grams, and this one up here is only 130, I think. And different parts. These are M24 SR LR04, and the back looks very similar. So this is a prototype board. Here is the Monero Rising. This is quite nice. I soldered a header on there for the SAO connection. And basically how these work, it comes with a battery. You turn it off, you turn it on and off on the side here. When you turn it on, it lights up, obviously, because there are a lot of LEDs on here. So let's see what that looks like on the front. Now we'll turn it on. All right, so that flash is it's kind of a negotiation. It says I've turned on. It's indicating that the badge is ready for action. So there are 3 capacitive touch buttons on the bottom here. They're not tactile, they're capacitive touch, which means I just lightly put my finger on the middle one to turn it on and off. So now it's on. I have to be careful when I'm using the buttons because they are very sensitive. So pressing them from the back is possible as well. Let's see if I can do that. Okay, it's not so easy as I thought, but if I push the same button again, it turns it off. You understand how that works? Once turns it on, once turns it off. So that's the on-off button. The buttons to the side, left and right, these change the animation. Some of you already know this because we produced quite a lot of these badges and a lot of people took them home last year. So I will move to the second animation. Here's a third animation, so I can go back to the first. And in all cases, when I switch the animation, I have to rest my finger on there long enough for it to complete the entire animation cycle. If I just do a quick tap, it will not read. Okay, well, then it did, but you get the idea. Unless I'm touching that button at the very end, it won't register. All right, so that's how the animations work. You can switch, you can turn this on and off with the middle, turn it back on, turn it off, turn it on. So that's how these things work. The one that I like the most, it's the very first one. I think it's Starry Night or Sparkle. I can't remember the name. These animations have names. Yeah, I wish MIDI Poet was here because he did the firmware design and engineering. It was called these things what they look like this Starry Night. And we're close to finished with the badge clinic for today, but I hope that some of this information was helpful. Once again, I will turn it over just to show the back in case you're curious. That's how it looks. I could put this under the microscope, But anything larger than this very small part on the end, under the microscope, you can't tell, it doesn't help because the microscope is too powerful. So this is what this badge looks like. It has, I think, between 120 and 140 parts. I've forgotten the actual number. You turn it on and off with a switch on the right here. Be careful with this switch. You don't want to push down while you're, it's good to be careful with it. It has bent off in some situations and you have to bend it back. So I'll just turn it off there. And that's the hardware on off switch. All right, so we're 5 minutes until the next presentation, which I believe is, let's just check that out. Unless AJ wants me to stop, or I don't know if we have a next presenter. Let's just check this out. Monero Village .what? Org, com, I don't know. I'm gonna do org. Okay, so this is not TLS protected, but in this moment, I'm not so concerned. So let's see who's doing the next presentation. We have Badge Clinic is what's happening right now. And so in 1/2 hour, we're going to hear from Ruben, giving competition to Monero by ditching opt-in privacy. All right, so this looks very interesting. This appeals to me quite a lot. It's always nice to know what other cryptocurrencies are doing and how that relates and contrasts with our technology here at the Monero Village. And we actively welcome all of the cryptocurrencies in the world, including the one you just made 5 minutes ago with your Python module, right, your Python library. So this is what we do in Monero Village, right? Anything that's blockchain related, cryptocurrency, things like that, you're welcome to ask questions about it or just come by and explain your project. We have that with Locha Mesh as well today. Really interesting stuff. And in the next presentation, which is coming in just 1/2 hour, it will be from a Zcoin enthusiast and developer, I believe. So that looks really good. So I'm going to say goodbye. And I hope that you liked all of these devices. These badges, I think are sold out for the do-it-yourself models. Because people seem to like those quite a lot, but I do have this stack right here, plus a few others of the pre-assembled model. So if you're interested in a attack red, a defense blue, you can get that. And I'll write the URL here as well, just in case you're not sure where to find them. And with that, then we will turn off the stream. So the URL is shop.monerodevices.com. That's where you can still available get your badge. Does that sound good, Need Money? Are you watching now? Are you watching, Scott? Who's watching besides myself? All right, so that's all for today. This was the Badge Clinic, the last Badge Clinic of the year 2020. Well, you know, we could be in China for, I'm not sure about that. They canceled China, but that was the Badge Clinic for DC28. And thanks a lot to the AV folks for helping, AJS. You did a great job, and Justin as well. Okay, so I will say goodbye. And that's it for me. My name is Michael. I'm MSVB. Have a good one, and thanks for listening.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 y media. Otro día, misma feria, no he dormido nada para variar. Puro taxi ocupado, miro al cielo, está nublado. Yo con prisa y sin bocado, y Murphy me ha burlado una vez más. Oh, no. Aquí voy, de malas pero voy.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? La 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 la. All right. Oh, 6 a.m. Okay.
Okay. It looks like we are up and going. Hello, everybody. I know the title card said that I was going to be giving the closing speech, and that is still true. But we have one more talk before that, and that is by Ruben Yap from Zcoin. If you don't know Zcoin, it's a coin that's not Monero, so I don't know why he's at the Monero village, but he walked in one day, we took him off the street, and we raised him as our own. So he's going to give a talk about Zcoin and competition to Monero. So I hope everyone sticks around because it's going to be some good stuff. Passing it over to you, Ruben. Take it away.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Ruben. I am the project steward of Zcoin. And basically what that means is, I'm the caretaker of the project. So first of all, it's super early for me. It's 6 a.m. for me. And yeah, so if I'm a bit slow, please forgive me. And today we are going to talk about ditching opt-in privacy to compete with Monero. And to be fair, I was put up to this topic. I had actually a less controversial topic to talk about. But here we go. All right. So, what is exactly the privacy landscape right now? And, it's pretty clear that Monero is the king, not just in market cap, but I guess in like overall privacy and the protection that it provides. And it's a lonely throne, right? And we're gonna take a look at why that is the case and what we at Zcoin are trying to do. So, this is like a little what do you call this table that I built? It's some may not or may not agree with me, but as you can see, Monero almost scores really highly in many of the stuff that kind of matters as a privacy coin. First of all, you have like the theoretical privacy level, which is maybe how good is your privacy technology, and although it's kind of long in the tooth, in my personal opinion, Ring CT does offer a decent amount of privacy just out of the box. But of course, because everything is on by default, with stealth addressing and very high compliance, there is a high practical privacy level because you're mixing with lots and lots of different inputs and outputs. It has the team. You have the awesome people at the Monero Research Labs who are conducting independent research full time. It does have recently just added, network layer privacy through Dandelion, and it has very high liquidity. And this is actually also important, I guess, liquidity and also transaction volume, right? Because in privacy, anonymity likes a crowd. And obviously, the more people using your platform and the more people trading it, you can transfer value through it, and there are more transactions to kind of hide within. So that's also actually an important metric as well, beyond just the technicals. So, this is everyone talks about Monero, and then, well, what about Zcash? Why do you say that Monero is kind of alone on the throne, right? And Zcash has really interesting technology. They have the highest theoretical privacy level. It's like 2 to the power of 32 or something like that. They have independent research. They're really good researchers. I don't think they have network layer privacy, and they have pretty decent liquidity in terms of exchanges and also an okay number of transactions that's happening on chain. But the practical privacy level is actually really low because very, very few people use their sharded transactions. And we'll talk a little bit about that. Zcoin, we use a kind of a different kind of a zero knowledge proofs to Zcash. I do feel that we offer theoretically a high privacy level, especially as we transition to our new privacy protocol, which we will talk a bit later. But again, because we use opt-in privacy, and we'll see how bad this is actually that has panned out, the practical privacy level is really low. We do have our own independent research. We have network layer privacy through Dandelion. And okay, our liquidity is fair, our transactions are decent. Of course, there are all these other competitors, especially in like Beam, Green. Of course, whether you agree with me, it's a bit difficult to say whether they have independent research because they don't quite have cryptographers, but they are implementing some unique takes on certain type of protocols. But I would say that basically the main guys are Monero and Zcash. Of course, they are like the Z to Z forks. I think the most famous one would be something like Pirate Chain, which is using ZK snarks with like full mandatory privacy. And although they offer very high theoretical privacy level, their practical privacy level is only probably medium only, just because so few people are using them. There's so few places to actually use them, exchange them, and everything, that the crowd is very, very small. So the theoretical privacy is high, the liquidity is really low. And of course, with Zcash and all that ZK snarks, you have all that issue with trusted setup. And I think the best way to kind of illustrate, the difference between theoretical privacy versus practical privacy is that, although Zcash on paper has the best privacy technology, just if you just look at the anonymity set, because it's not mandatory. I don't know what's the exact percentage, but it's super low. And because of that, timing attacks and people having to be very careful about how they properly use shielded transactions or Z2C transactions for proper privacy becomes really tough. And there was actually this fella, I think just like one month ago, just 1 month ago, like a couple of weeks ago, he was like saying, Zcoin's Zcash privacy is the best. And they're saying, he offered a reward of $100, and he said, "This is my TX ID." He gave a TX ID. So he did give some additional information, and he said, "Please trace which T address that I came from." And this guy just from Brian just posted this random T address within a day. And if he asked, how did you do it? And it was very simple. All he did wasn't any sort of rocket science. There was not some advanced guy like Chainalysis or stuff like that. This was just some random Twitter dude just went on the Explorer and was looking for a transaction that was shielding it and just guess. And that's the problem, because so few people are using it. And again, secondly, using it correctly, it was very easy to kind of guess that this was the T address that actually made this that shielded address payment. So this is kind of like a really good illustration of how you put low usage of the privacy technology, and also the way that it's set up that makes it hard for newbies to use privacy correctly. And I do think that, like in my personal view, one of the things that Monero does right is that because it's privacy owned by default, there's only one way to do a transaction. So like newbies have a lot of that complexity, kind of abstracted out, rather than having to go through several steps. And this is also a problem with Bitcoin. How do I use it? I go through Wasabi, I go through this, I go through that. Privacy should be simple so that everyone can be protected. So the way, for those of you who don't know what Zcoin is, the way our privacy works is kind of different than, let's say, Monero. And I guess the basic idea is that you can destroy coins and then you can redeem them for brand new ones with no previous transaction history. So it's kind of like, you have these coins with all this transaction history, and then you destroy them. And at any time in the future, you kind of present a zero knowledge proof that you did indeed burn the coins, and that allows you to redeem brand new coins with no previous transaction history. And the beauty of the zero knowledge proof is that you don't have to show the exact kind of coins you burned. This is what preserves the privacy, right? Or rather like the source of the funds. And now with our Lelantis version 2, you don't even need to redeem them for brand new coins. You can actually pass the right to redeem to someone else. So like, let's say I don't want to redeem and show that brand new coins. I can give this Like if I burn 10 coins, I can say I pass the right of redemption of 5 coins to someone else, and they can redeem it at their pleasure, or they can just pass that right to redeem to someone else again. And this is, I guess, almost like equivalent to a Z to Z transaction because it hides both amount and source as well. And the wonderful thing about our zero knowledge proof technology is that there's no trusted setup, and it's using standard cryptographic assumptions. This kind of setup is, I think, also using quite similar cryptography that is being looked at by Monero Research Labs in October's and Triptych, but it's just that the way that we use it with this burn and redeem mechanism is slightly different, and there's certain advantages to that. So our argument is that this is a better privacy method because we're not kind of hiding in the crowd. And the way I always kind of explain it is kind of like farts in a lift, or sands on the beach, right? Where if I'm the only person in the lift and I fart, everyone knows that it's me. With Monero, you guys are a bit more sadistic. You drag 10 other people into the lift with you and you fart, so that it's not clear whose fart, which among the 11 people farted. Or with the really sadistic people like Mimble Wimble is kind of like dragging everyone who wants to fart, and we all fart at the same time, so it's not clear whose fart is who. And that's, I guess, similar with CoinJoin as well. The way we see our technology is that I go into the lift, I let out a fart, and I make it disappear. And then I can choose at any time in the future to make that fart appear. And we feel that this is a better privacy approach because now your plausible deniability is anyone who actually ever entered that lift, rather than the people that you are in the lift together. And this kind of privacy mechanism, I feel, holds a lot of promise as well. So let's talk about, we've been around since 2016, and we used something called ZeroCoin before, which is why we call it Zcoin. But we actually transitioned to ZeroCoin did have a trusted setup, but Sigma does not have a trusted setup, and we transitioned to that at the end of 30th of July 2019. So it's almost been about a year plus. And it has been completely opt-in privacy. So how has this gone? This was actually kind of an experiment because previously, even with ZeroCoin, the way to do the privacy was kind of cumbersome. So not many people were using it. With Sigma, we really simplified the process. You just press the number amount that you want to anonymize rather than selecting individual denominations, and you just go bam, it's anonymized. So we actually wanted to see whether this would encourage better use of the privacy protocol. But only 500,000 Zcoin has gone through Sigma since the launch of Sigma in 30th of July 2019, and that's I think 4.6% of the entire circulating Zcoin that has gone through the system, right? Now, if you take a look at the figures on the left, so what mints is like how many total has mint and how many total has been redeemed, spent, which is what it is. And I guess I would say that if you just look at the denominations within themselves, the anonymity set for like the set of 100 is anywhere between 217 to 4,269 per transaction that when you do that spend. So it's not bad. But actually, the potential of this technology is also a lot higher, and so that means this is with such a low usage of Sigma transactions, you can get this kind of, I guess, anonymity sets. Obviously, it's still not ideal, but I guess it kind of illustrates the difference between what we call like burn and redeem mechanisms and decoy systems, where you're always constantly having to find people to mix with you, because like in the lift example, you're constantly finding people to drag people into the lift with you. But because of the usage of fixed denominations, we have to burn and redeem in the fixed denominations. This actual anonymity set may not be as large as people think of it, because there are certain patterns. If people burn a 0.5, a 10, a 25, and then next thing they redeem a 0.5, a 10, and 25, your anonymity set is not like 121 and a 25. It's actually the combination of those things. So that actual anonymity set can be a lot lower than so-called just based on the statistics. So what are we doing to fix this, right? And this is where Lelantus kind of comes in. Lelantus is our new privacy protocol, set to go live for the first version, probably at the end of the beginning of October-ish. We're gonna probably release the binaries around then, and then have it live in 1 month or so, or right after that. Now, the beauty of Lelantus is that it can support pretty large anonymity sets. Of course, probably not in the range of Zcash, which is like 2 to the power of 32, but we're looking at sets of like 64,000, which isn't bad, and we probably can even bring it like one order of magnitude higher with some small improvements as well. Yes, no trusted setup. It uses a ZKP called one out of many proofs, which I think is also the basis for privilege. And we will be using this. Finally, we're going to be using it privacy on by default. That means all our official wallets will be using like anonymizing funds by default, so that users don't really have to care too much. But there is still the option to opt out, and we'll probably talk a bit about why we chose that mode to transition into the privacy. The crypto library was just completed its audit with Trail of Bits, which was actually funded through crowdfunding using the zero coin crowdfunding system, which was definitely as a fork of the Monero CCS. And the cryptographic paper is being audited by Dmitry Kovratovich. And as you can see, it is, of course, some may argue that the Monero's anonymity set size isn't actually 11 because of the way things combine together, but let's just take it at face value. This is kind of, I think this is a good overview of what the technology does. All right. Now, okay, we have 5 more minutes. So just to kind of understand, like, how are we actually deploying Lelantus privacy, right? The phase 1, as I said, that is happening in October this year, gives the ability to burn and redeem without no fixed denominations. Right, you can burn any arbitrary amount, you can redeem any arbitrary amount, even like a partial amount of what you burnt. Right, all official wallets will anonymize funds by default. There's no new address structure. We still use the same address structure, but of course, there's still the opt-out to use transparent because right now, I mean, realistically, we are a smaller coin, and exchanges, they're not going to reinvent everything for us. All the existing integrations that we want, there are certain parts of infrastructure does rely on transparent addresses, transparent funds, so we cannot straight away opt out, especially without a new addressing system for Lelantus. And we also want to make sure that we have our mobile SDK, so that mobile wallets can also do all these Lelantus transactions as well. We actually do have a privacy on by default mobile wallet maybe coming in the next few weeks for Sigma privacy, not Lelantus. And because there's still no second address structure, there's the requirement to redeem all the time. Some timing attacks are still possible in phase 1. Phase 2 is when it gets really interesting, and that is coming, I would say, maybe sometime in 2021, but maybe the second quarter or first quarter, maybe, right? And it introduces direct anonymous payments where, as I was saying, I don't have to redeem the coins. I can pass that right to redeem to someone else, even partially. Amounts and sources are all hidden, and I do think that the privacy offered is really, really high, especially when you see how we implement anonymity sets. And we introduce a new Lelantus addressing system. That means, I guess, like if you have Zcash, it's almost like a shielded address system. And what we're going to do is that make that the default for all our official wallets. Now, once we have this addressing system, I think then it's a good time to then actually start talking about mandatory privacy. That means there's no opt-out. There are still some things that we kind of need to figure out because we are being integrated into a DeFi. I know Monero guys hate the word DeFi because it's been bandied around a lot, but we see value in being integrated into like stuff like Uniswap to be able to trustlessly do the decentralized exchanges or to use collateral if we want to make Zcoin, I guess, more useful, right? And certain other things like proving times, like for an individual users that's making like a transaction, personal transactions, a few transactions at a time, the proving times of 1 second, 2 seconds isn't so bad. But if let's say you're an exchange and you have to send like hundreds of transactions, we sometimes we don't know how exchanges would react to that. There are certain improvements in the pipeline that can actually reduce proving time by an order of magnitude. We actually have a paper out for that called Hierarchical One of Many Proofs, but it has to be adapted for Lelantus. And we're also looking for instant sync solutions where, I can use a ZKP to kind of get the entire state of Zcoin and also the Lelantus like in the anonymity sets. So, to improve usability, to encourage the use of Lelantus, or else it'll be just too cumbersome and no one would want to use it. So this is our current plan, and hopefully, we can finally move to privacy on by default. But there are still some open stuff, but we do want to move to privacy on by default with opt-out definitely for sure at the end of this year, October-ish, and then we slowly start pushing to mandatory privacy. And we feel that's really going to be important. Now, the last thing I want to talk is about anonymity sets, because people are saying like, well, what do you mean by you only have an anonymity set of 64,000, right? So kind of think about past 64,000 because of the limitations of the technology of Lelantus right now, stuff start to take increasingly longer and longer. So that means both proving time and verification time start getting quite a bit more. So we kind of decided to cap that set of 64,000 so it does not grow, so that the performance would still be acceptable. Now, let's assume that with privacy on by default, with transparency, we have a very, very low estimate of 30% of transactions that are anonymized with current transaction volume. And that would mean to hit that set of 64K would take about, slightly less, about like 2/3 of a year. And that's assuming about 800 transactions per day. Obviously, if the usage of Zcoin picks up, we're going to see this field a lot faster. And I guess one of the interesting things is that what happens when the set of 64,000 is filled? Am I going to start from zero again? That's obviously a really bad thing, because that means for that period of time, if I start a new set, the people using that new set gets very, very little anonymity, right? So we do something what we call a sliding window approach, which is quite clever, where we actually kind of start new anonymity sets with kind of preceded with at least 16,000 commitments that have came from the previous set. And because of the nature of zero knowledge proofs, where even though that you prove that you burnt the coins, no one really knows how much of it actually has been redeemed, or rather which one has been redeemed. So you can always take those commitments and place it in a new one, because no one has knows, okay, from this 16,000 that I've preceding, how many of them has been used? There's no idea for that. So what that means is that once the first set has been seeded, or even the first 16K, the minimum anonymity set for Lelantus never falls below 16,000. So it's 16,000 to 64,000. So we think that's really good and kind of illustrates one of the benefits of doing this burn and redeem method rather than compared to Monero, which are just building really, really large rings. I think with Triptych, it's like rings of like 100 or so, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this kind of like ends my brief introduction of kind of illustrating why we think that our moving into privacy on by default combined with the Lelantus technology would really give, rather than like kind of like just saying that we're a privacy coin, right? Like with Zcash, there are all this amazing technology that no one is using, and you're like, why? How can you call yourself a privacy coin if no one's using your privacy, right? And it's not as if Monero's technology is the best. It isn't. Even I don't know if everyone would agree with that. It's just more about the overall package, and because everyone is using the transactions, that makes it as an overall package the best. But if, let's say, Zcoin moves towards privacy on by default and we get significant traction with our privacy protocols, we make it very difficult for a user to mess up and to review their privacy. I do think that, I do feel that Lelantus and Together, both practical and theoretical, kind of come together and really can pose a challenge to Monero. And I hope to see that, because I do think that this space really needs better privacy protocols, because Mimblewimble doesn't cut it. So yeah, I'm not sure how to go about. I'll end this sharing of the screen. And does anyone have any questions? I'm not sure how to check that. Hey, Diego.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah,
Nice
we have.
presentation.
So yeah, not as I didn't throw as much shield as I would, as you probably would have liked.
Yeah, we didn't shield your coin hard enough. How your community's gonna be mad at you? It's like you have one big opportunity and a big DEFCON audience, and you didn't say anything. But yeah, let's see if there's any questions for Ruben. I'll check on the Twitch. There's also the YouTube chat. So there's also the Discord. If anybody has any questions, by all means, put something in any of those three options. He's still got a couple minutes left. He'd be happy to answer those. But if you don't have questions, that's okay too.
Don't throw the tomatoes or the rotten fruit.
Super early.
How many
going back to bed after this?
Yeah, definitely. For the first time, I wake up earlier than my wife.
So Dark Tangent, who runs all of DEFCON, says that it's an hour and a half until the closing ceremonies of DEFCON. With the conclusion of Ruben's speech, that's the end of the content that we have planned for the Monero Village. So thank you very much, Ruben. Let's give him a digital round of applause. Go ahead and kick him out. Get out of the Jitsi. You're done. You had your chance. And so
see you guys.
So yeah. Now you're just left with me once more. It's just you and me. Whereas before, if you ever went to the physical DEFCON, it was me up on a stage shouting about how things went well and how we were proud of everything that happened to bring us all together. But now I don't have to be on a stage. Now I can look you in the digital eye, and it's just like you and me alone together having a chat face to face on the same level. If this is creepy to you, just let it sink in, let it be. It doesn't have to be weird. No, but for real, this was a lot of work. The Monero Village was a lot of work for a lot of people. It was new to everybody. It was brand new to everybody. All of DEFCON was digital, and I think that was definitely something that well, last year nobody was expecting for sure. And, you know, kind of leading up to this whole event, especially after we knew, okay, this was digital, we are invited back. What does this mean for us? There was a lot of people that kind of stood up to the plate, whatever I'm mangling that phrase, stepped up to the plate and decided to pitch in and try to make this kind of thing happen. So we definitely want to thank AJS and SGP, who took a bulk of the responsibility for the stream that you guys have been seeing for the past 3 days. You know, getting it to work with the Jitsi, with OBS, with streaming simultaneously to YouTube and to Twitch. Big round of applause to them. That was invaluable. You know, we have people like Scott, who was working with the scheduling, Michael, who was pretty much everywhere, his fingers in everything, and working with the hardware badges and stuff for you guys. This was a lot of work for a lot of people. So from the bottom of my heart, especially, but I know definitely our users and watchers who appreciate the content, they give you all kudos. And really, really mad applause to Defcon also for sticking with it, despite the fact that, like, okay, brand new thing, brand new format, brand new everything. We're still going to do the best we can to make a good conference. And I think, I don't know, I've had fun these past few days. It's been a new experience, but I had fun, and I hope everybody else has had fun as well. We will be... the previous days are now up on YouTube. I know we were having some issues with the Friday stream. Only like the last 2 hours were there for a while, but it should all be up there now. And all of this is going to be here for forever for everybody to see on the Monero Community Workgroup channel. And I think Defcon is going to have the videos as well. For the ones that didn't quite go as planned, for example, my workshop in which I was doing sending, receiving, and approving transactions in the Monero wallet, the stuff was very small and hard to see. So I will be re-recording that. For a lot of the things that didn't quite go as planned, we'll probably try to re-record those and get those up and label them as kind of a DEFCON talk. So be on the lookout for those. And we do apologize for the things here and there that, you know, the little niggles that didn't exactly go as planned, but I think overall everything went okay. So yeah, one last time, just because I say it all the time, go to monerovillage.org, take a look at the really cool design that we made for the stuff, because it's going to be scrapped, and next year we're going to have something new. And in an hour and a half, we're going to have the closing ceremony for DEFCON as a whole, which is going to be taking place at twitch.tv/defconorg. Twitch.tv/defconorg. So be sure to check that out. Send Justin and AJS and the DEFCON people and the goons and stuff a whole bunch of applause and tell them thank you so much. I definitely do. I'm not going to go on for half an hour. I'm going to go ahead and cut it here. Monero Village is done, guys. We made it happen. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to all of our people watching, both now and in the future. I see you, 2021 person that's watching this March 3rd, 2021. Maybe your name is Andrew. Who knows? But I see you, and you're definitely, you're valid. You're a good person. Thank you, everybody. It's been a blast. We'll catch you later. We'll still be on the Discord if you want to talk with us for a little bit. Until the closing ceremony is done. Bye.